Now, one person we did hear from today for the first time, Karen Reed herself, doubling down, of course, saying she did not do this. She wants to know who did.
Said it feels we're the only ones fighting for the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe. And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do.
And no, she didn't do it. No, she didn't do it. This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life.
Yeah.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in the only one trying to save his life.
Why'd you admit to it?
She didn't admit to it. She didn't admit to anything close to that. Nothing close to that. And you should know that.
That was like 3 or 4 times she admitted to it.
No, she didn't.
That's not true.
She asked a question. She asked a question, which is very different. She didn't admit to anything.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record.
Before.
Yes.
Did you talk about the scores, as you describe it, of peer review articles that you've studied on dog bites?
On the numbers of period? No, I didn't mention that. That's correct.
Okay. And that's not mentioned in your CV either?
You don't usually mention it in your CV about the articles you read.
But I'm asking if you did.
Oh, no, I wouldn't mention that in my CV.
Okay. So let's talk about it now since you didn't mention it. You read scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Throughout my career,
Okay.
yes.
Let's talk about the peer-reviewed articles that you've studied on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. Could you please give me a list of those peer-reviewed articles that you studied?
I don't think there are any.
Well,
There are some mentions of pattern recognition in some articles. However, I don't think there's a dedicated article on pattern recognition of dog bites.
You said in your report that you reviewed scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Dog bites, yes.
Okay. So those didn't really include pattern recognition as you've described your expertise today?
Some of them did, some of them didn't, but that might not have been the major focus of the article.
Which ones did? Can you reference us the ones that you've read and relied upon, in your opinion today, that have to do with pattern recognition analysis?
May I look at my report or my CV?
Sure.
Of course.
Sure. Go ahead and take your time, Doc.
Thank you. Okay, there is, and they might not have used the term pattern recognition, but that's what they're talking about in these articles.
Okay.
There is a article by D. Muniak. It's actually listed in my report under literature.
Okay, I see it.
It's the third one. Yes.
And that deals with pattern recognition analysis?
It's part of the article. There was a lot more in the article than just pattern recognition. And again, they might not have used that specific term pattern, but it's what the subject was discussed in the middle of the article, yes.
What was discussed in this article that you relied upon?
Oh, I relied on the descriptions of wounds. I relied on a lot of this article.
Well, share with us in detail. Could you tell us what you relied on in that article as part of your opinion?
Well, There was a description. There was an area that described wounds and fatal wounds in dog bites, and how to approach them. You know, how to investigate them. There was an area that described what some of these wounds looked like. And there was actually an area that I believe it was this article that said that if you have this plus this plus this, that it is pathognomonic for a dog bite. Now, I believe that was the article that said that. One of these articles did, but anyways, so yeah. So I think maybe you might want to look at them.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
And so I'm confused about which one you're talking about.
There was not a recipe book that said, okay, you know, this is the pattern of a dog bite. It might, you know, they might not get a lot of readers for that, but this was a forensic approach as to how to identify fatal dog attacks.
So from your resume, Doctor, could you tell me which article you're talking about?
I'm talking about the third one down.
What's the title?
The title of the article is Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and Literature Review.
Okay.
Fatal dog attacks oftentimes involve vulnerable areas like the neck,
Absolutely.
abdomen.
Neck, face, head, yes.
That's-
Sometimes the abdomen, yes.
Okay. No cases cited in there that deal with wounds on an arm.
Because it's a fatal.
Right.
Right. But that doesn't mean that there weren't wounds on the arm. It's that the fatal wounds, like in the case I autopsied, the fatal wounds generally were in the areas that had organs that could be damaged, like or major vessels like a carotid artery, neck. But there could be a lot of other wounds. For instance, in my case, there was probably about 60 wounds.
I understand.
Okay, but some of, you know, you're not going to talk about every single one of them because they're not worthy of describing.
Okay. You said that you attended multiple seminars, talks, and lectures regarding wound identification.
Yes.
Okay. When did you attend seminars on wound identification?
Intermittently throughout my career, I can't give you any dates.
Okay. Were any of those wound identifications dog bite wound identification seminars?
No, they were general wound identifications, and they may mention bites.
Was there any of these seminars that focused on dog bite wounds?
That focused on dog bite wounds?
Yeah.
No.
How about the talks you went to? Any of the talks focus on dog bite wounds?
There were several talks that focused on bite wounds.
I'm going to ask again. Were there any talks that focused on dog bite wounds?
No.
Lectures. You've cited that you've attended lectures as part of this experience. Can you recall specific lectures that focused on dog bite wounds?
Not entire lectures. There were lectures in emergency department, you know, training sessions, but dog bites were usually mixed in with other kind of animal bites, and discussion would occur because it's not you have to use up an hour usually when you go to one of these lectures, and there were other animals to talk about besides dogs.
In these lectures that you went to that didn't focus primarily on dog bite wounds, did they talk about pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
Generally not the emergency medicine ones, because that's actually not really a major focus. The focus in emergency medicine is treatment. I'm a bit unusual because I have this interest that I've had for many years.
So it's fair to say none of the multiple seminars, talks, lectures that you attended had any focus on pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
None of them had any focus. That's correct.
Okay. You've shared with us your experience. You've agreed that you are not an accident reconstruction expert, correct?
Correct.
Are you an expert on self-defense?
No.
So when you give opinions about self-defense, I know you have experience and you have observations of what you believe are defensive wounds, but do you have any actual experience as a self-defense expert?
No.
Do you have any specialized training, certificates, degrees in self-defense?
No.
Self-defense wounds?
No.
When you went to these lectures, talks, seminars, group meetings, do you have any memory of particular trainings that you had on self-defense wounds?
You mean defense wounds?
Sure, defense wounds.
Yes, I do. I have particular memories of those types of lectures.
Okay.
In topic. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, let's talk about a few of them. What was one of the lectures that you went to that was directed at defense wounds?
Well, not only did I go to some of these lectures, but I gave some of these lectures.
Okay.
And they were child abuse, elder abuse, domestic violence lectures. And in the coroner's office, again, mechanism of injury is stressed, and there's a whole training program.
You have no degree in biomechanics.
No.
Okay. And so when I asked you about one of the trainings on defense wounds, I want you to just give us a little detail from your memory about the training. Share with us how you've come to this knowledge on defense wounds.
Again, okay. So in the clinical setting, I was taught many times, and then I subsequently taught students about how victims of a violent act will instinctively bring up their arms to protect themselves from whatever is being inflicted, whether it be knife wounds or blunt wounds from an object, whatever is being inflicted on them, they will tend, without thinking, to try to protect themselves. Mm-hmm. And I also think it's common sense, by the way.
So on the outside of the arm, if there's marks, that could be a defensive wound?
Yes.
Could it be a different type of wound, not a defensive wound, but a wound where somebody punches or hits and it hits a metal or a stationary or a fixed object?
Could those kind of wounds end up there? Oh, yes.
Okay. So just because there is a wound on the posterior side of a forearm, that does not make it a defensive wound, does it?
Not absolutely.
Well,
in context, though.
Right. So you need to know more information.
Correct.
So perhaps if you saw how that happened, that would provide you more information.
That would be one way.
But if you saw nothing and have really no idea how it happened, it doesn't give you a lot of context of the wound other than it's a wound on the posterior side of an arm.
Well, it does in the sense that it's a common way that people protect themselves.
Perfect. I'll get prepared. Thank you.
And I might keep them in order today. Yeah.
I won't make that mistake.
New year, new resolutions. What do you think? You'll tell me whether I keep them.
Yeah. She would be both.
Mr. Riley? Happy New Year. I'm doing well. How are you? You have a good holiday? Good. Get a little breather? You know you were working hard. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm at 55.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, we'll do. Thank you.
Well, if you would like an extra, this is the full right? December 12th, right? So there's right All right. Nick, are you good with my numbering too? Are you good with my numbering? Sure. Oh, yeah. I'm going to now thank you. This notebook is for the judge. You only so that's in there. All of it should be straight up, straight up. That's for the judge.
And as long as you give me exactly what it is.
And just so Diane that I make sure. Thank you for the points. I forgot. They're agreed. Right. I had my assistant call me to make sure.
Yes.
I'm learning. What I'm going to do.
So, good morning, everybody. Thanks for your patience this morning. We're just waiting for Karen Reed's hearing to start. Now, the subject of the hearing is Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth, is trying to bar her testimony or bar her as a bite and hold expert in dog bites. Looks like the judge is here.
School is now open. You may be seated. Judge 22-117, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan, along with Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Leslie.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, is Dr. Russell in the courtroom? All right, so why don't we have Dr. Russell take the stand?
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, good morning, doctor. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinions have changed between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing.
They have not.
Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like most likely a dog?
No.
Let me remind you, in the voir dire, do you remember the court asking you what kind of animal caused the wound? And you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
May I see that?
Yes, you may. Counsel, page 51, line 18.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it yourself when you're done reading it. When you're comfortable with that time, I'm going to ask you the questions again. You can look at any part of that you would like.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you now remember when the court asked you what kind of animal you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
Yes.
Do you remember at trial your perspective and opinion changing?
No.
Do you remember you were asked at trial whether or not the patterns appear to be injuries you would see consistent with an animal or a large dog, and you said yes? Do you remember that?
May I see that?
Yep, you should may. Trial transcript, page 23, line 3. This is a copy of your trial transcript. Feel free to look at any part you like.
Okay, I see, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember now saying that?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say it.
I'm sorry. You can finish, please.
I didn't use the word possibly.
You were asked, does this appear as a pattern of injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's read it together.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I
Make a suggestion, if I could, please. I realize it's crossed. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look at them?
Do you have an extra copy for her?
The answer is I have a copy, yes, that
Do
she
your
can.
colleagues each have a copy?
I don't know if they do, but I can give mine
Okay.
so that she
Problem
can
with
have
that,
it.
Mr. Brennan?
Okay.
Is this your only copy?
It is. It's okay. I know what they say. Which page?
Well, you might, I'm gonna go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole trial transcript.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Mr. Harriet to make a copy of mine. All right, so that we can continue. You can give yours to the witness for a few minutes, and then when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thanks, John.
No problem. She's gonna be both. They're both yours.
Yes.
Since we gave it to you.
That's the 20.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Alessi, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibits.
Thank you very much.
To
And the
be
witness
clear,
can
just so
have.
Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice, Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June?
I have the voir dire and the trial testimony, so we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks very much.
Court, all right, please. You see it, please. Where'd you want?
Okay, a little bit of a break here. Is anyone else wondering if Marie Russell is regretting her choice to insert herself in a high-profile trial? Or do you think she's loving it? I don't know. She doesn't seem to love being questioned. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this judge either. Kimmy K says she's wishes there was a better judge. Me too. I don't think she should have let Marie Russell testify the first time. That was terrible. I mean, now that she's been coached, and basically Robert Alessi, in my opinion, wrote her report. She said he helped her with it, just putting the right paragraphs in the right place. I mean, how strangely her opinion seems to have evolved over time and changed, and that's what Hank Brennan was really drilling her on before the court took a break. Barb, to answer your question about phones, in New York federal courtrooms, they're not allowed. When I was a juror, they let us keep our cell phones, but usually when I'm in federal court, which is all the trials I've covered have been federal cases, Larry Ray, Ghislaine Maxwell, Nexium case, some Jeffrey Epstein related hearings I've been to. They all make you check your phone, but that seems to, I would be surprised if they ease up on that in the future. That seems where it's going. But other states allow you to have your phone. At the Charlie Adelson's trial, everyone was allowed to have their phone, including the gallery, which is, oh, Hank Brennan's back at the podium. That's a hopeful sign. So yeah, Karen Reed could have come in with the lawyers, and they allow lawyers to keep their phones. They may have allowed her as the defendant to keep her phone, but yeah, it's odd that she's allowed to roam free. There have been rumors online that more charges are coming, that a grand jury could have indicted. This is what Grant Smith Ellis is reporting. Take it with a grain of salt on his Twitter, that there have been more charges filed against Aidan Carney and Karen Reed in the witness harassment case. Now, I'm skeptical of this because they did try in March of last year to indict her on those same charges, and a grand jury refused, saying there wasn't enough evidence.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring it with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan. I want to make sure.
Oh, hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Leslie. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay. I just
wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
I'm going to provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, and the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given
Great.
to Ms. Russell.
All right.
Sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for
Is there a
Dr.
problem
Russell.
with that, Mr.
No problem
Leslie?
at all.
Okay.
May I again approach the witness?
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you two documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I had asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you turn to page 19, line 21.
Page
Page 19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here.
Yes.
And then line would be. Sorry. My apologies. This one is the trial. Okay. Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
Okay, but I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes. And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But
Yet
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do. Yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the word during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-reviewed articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-reviewed articles.
Okay, tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. What's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation of.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial process.
I'm trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is tell us, where does that come from? The methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item.
There are several published peer review articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds. There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on the a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
and
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes. I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Leslie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will, thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature.
Okay.
So in the review of previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis.
I
in that article, did
disagree.
it? Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although that's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would resemble this, but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in
whatsoever.
my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
Well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash, car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay. So one of those causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case,
No.
didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do. And I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial. And I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No.
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
Correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes.
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked.
Mhm.
What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen.
Mhm.
What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports.
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was somehow I knew that. Well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was. Somehow I got that information.
So
The
when
car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the.
I
the assumption.
understand. I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm going to see counsel at 7.
Okay, Leslie, doing some heavy objecting to what I think are very fair questions. In a Hail Mary, he knows that Marie Russell is already doing poorly. If I had to guess, this is just a guess, I would think that Mr. Alessi and Ms. Russell have been practicing, getting ready for this cross-examination. He's been coaching her, and he's coming in for a Hail Mary rescue here with all these objections. And pleased to see Judge Cannoni not sustain any of those objections. However, she did seem to be giving hints to Marie Russell on how she could answer the questions when she's like, if she could answer those questions, if she can answer it as phrased, giving Marie Russell the idea that she can say she can't answer the question as phrased. So Judge Cannoni, in my opinion, just went from a judge to another wing of the defense. Now we have 5 lawyers defending Karen Reed, as if she doesn't have enough of a multi-million-dollar power team defending her. Yeah, I agree, Jean. We're on the same page, Jean. Jean says Judge will let Russell in. I think she will, too, in a limited scope. Unfortunately, I don't think she should be let in, nor do I think Richard Green should be let in as an expert. I mean, to testify about, he can be let in as an expert, but not to give something, an opinion, to further an opinion that's been proven false. Do you hate it? Jennifer Ray says she hates when the judge says, can you answer that? That is her trademark phrase, Judge Cannoni. Hey, Maestro, nice to see you. Morning. Thank you, Maestro, for moderating the chat. I appreciate it. But Alessi had 5 hours, almost. I don't think there was one objection in the 5 hours that he did his direct examination. But he's going to object to almost every question in the cross now. I mean, come on. And I loved when Dr. Russell said that she isn't a person who just came in from the street. She's literally a person who just came in from the street after reading a paper. I get that she has experience as an ER and in the coroner's office, but come on. That's literally the definition of her. She came in from the street and inserted herself in this
Mayor,
trial.
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use the word allegedly. I'm going with
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, if I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know that. I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
From my many years of experience.
Okay. Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken taillight in Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes,
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going with
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No,
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of or emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert.
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle accidents.
And you've never gone to court and
Victims.
testified as a dog bite expert before this case, yes?
I was never asked.
And so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
You know how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant nearby.
Do you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact, alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds. So that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay. You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've
Except
agreed.
for, excuse me, except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
Right. And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Right. Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Okay.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, as you go to a scene
Mm-hmm.
and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as
Yes.
a result of the collision, don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car.
Right,
From the
debris from the
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably. I don't know if I have, but yes.
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
Right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities. Yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know when you review this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well,
But
I
I don't-
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
well, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right, and you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. Same page.
So, did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries. So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you were excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence. wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not know that.
Would you wanted to have known if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No.
And engaging in your differential diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
Okay. And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh, yeah. Have you done any studies? Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body?
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body?
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never touched his body. I examined
No,
the photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before when we were here the last time about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always.
I
No.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
One, excuse me. One person speaks at a time.
Please.
Let her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say as true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No.
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occur a certain way and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Sarif? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Sarif reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? "I hit him, oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? "I hit him. I hit him." Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that, but that doesn't mean, okay.
Where did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the causes of injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and Were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So
How about, I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you to.
Well,
I
motor
didn't mean to
vehicle
interrupt
glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way and creates a characteristic injuries.
you. Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay, so
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
Different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp.
Yes.
Perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
Possibly. Yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah.
Yep. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
Yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Okay. Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a... No, let me finish. You can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause a regular type abrasions?
Not like that pattern, no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes,
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that are caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study, correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Well, talking about being a detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing.
Objection,
I want
Your
you to,
Honor. I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus, does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that minus the police officer, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could,
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
but not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
Mhm. And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense,
Yeah.
yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No.
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No.
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question. please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes,
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm aware of many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
Uh-huh. What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When you're in a courtroom, as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith and in fact that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur. That's all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist, but physician knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through the now there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay. I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay? I have exhibit 5, please. You've seen this exhibit before.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there are 2 wounds with potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
Oh, teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, a dog's nail is shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
Sure. After the voir dire, when you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3. Thank you. It's on page 20. Start line 3. Yeah, right there. Okay. Dr. Russell, do you have the same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm. You talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version of this.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
Now, I'm going to have to show her my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
It's not going to reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Jeri.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her?
Sure.
Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
in the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and and my opinion even became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged, so I need to re-review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No.
Well,
It's one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No,
Oh.
either teeth or claw marks included both of those.
So because you overlooked certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial?
At the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It isn't accurate. It's
Well,
either
the-
teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth that you claim that these are now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay. What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me.
Staying
I
on
mean,
this-
there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could be, I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mhm.
And teeth are not always the exact same
Right.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth. No.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
When you say
I don't
nice,
need
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
it could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture.
Uh-huh.
There is no puncture in this wound.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a 3rd-prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes.
Right. And so
with both jaws.
Most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right?
I don't know anything about frogs.
It doesn't
Right.
happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah, and what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top two canines and not anchor into anything else.
And that happens often.
Uh-huh. And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yep.
saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth,
Mhm.
if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well, odd, it would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those 2
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that suggests dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do, Your Honor?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court clarify.
All right. So continuing heavy objections from Mr. Alessi, Robert Alessi, Karen Reed's pro bono lawyer, who seems to have significantly helped Marie Russell with her report. Obviously, we got an objection when Hank Brennan mentioned it in a kind of sarcastic way, Robert Alessi's help with her report. I was surprised that he didn't hunker down on one of her answers. I don't think he was listening. He moved on very quickly to, let me see, what was it about? Now I'm forgetting what it was about. I was shocked. I was like, what? I wrote it in the comments. It was something like he didn't follow up on it. He went on to the next question, which is a mistake when you're in cross-examination, to go on quickly to the next question without listening. Oh, the name of the patients. Thanks, Maestro. It was the name of the patients. Thank you. He said that I just didn't remember the name of the patients. It wasn't that I couldn't remember one time or tell you about one time when I had to discover that they were dog bites. And I thought that was absurd. She was very clear that she couldn't remember a time. It didn't have to do with the patient's name. No one was asking her to name patients. Thank you, Maestro. I couldn't believe he didn't follow up on that. It's really important when you're cross-examining to also listen to the answers. A really good cross-examiner will listen to the answers that the witness gives, and when they can, follow up with it and continue to press. Couldn't believe he let her get away with that. And this is where I think Hank Brennan's saying, look, this is ridiculous. I barely objected to any of your direct. Let you for 5 hours, go on and on and on and on, take the entire day last time. And you're objecting to almost every single one of my questions. That's what I would guess the sidebar's about. I don't know. Could be about anything.
All rise for the court, please.
What a trial for the O'Keefe family to have to go through this. Big Von thinks it's about him yelling his objections. Okay. Okay, so while we're on a short break, I'm just going to play some of where we were with Dr. Russell's previous testimony.
Can someone incur wounds to the forearm, posterior side of the forearm, if they fall to the ground and fall backwards?
They could, but they wouldn't look like that.
Well,
that's serious. Okay.
Have you studied a collection of wounds when people fell backwards onto the ground?
I've seen hundreds of people that have fallen backwards or frontwards and every which way.
Wouldn't you want to have an idea what they fell on or into before you make a conclusion that it would not have looked like the picture that we've looked at, Exhibit 5?
I've seen, as I said, hundreds, and there has never been a pattern like that, ever, that I've seen.
Well, when someone hits a moving or a floating object, patterns are dynamic. They change all the time, don't they?
They do during the hitting process. Yes, during that process.
Okay. You talked about your specialized training. You said you had a program in motor vehicle accidents.
Yes.
And I think when you testified before, Attorney Lally had asked you whether or not your training was, I think he used the word rudimentary, and you agreed?
Yes, I believe it was only a 1-week course or something thereabouts.
When you're identifying a wound at the hospital, is it important to know, you said it's important to know the animal because that dictates the treatment.
It may dictate the treatment.
What if you can't identify the animal?
Then then you have to go on clinical judgment, and sometimes we even have to call up the Board of Health. But you go on clinical judgment to determine, well, what was the worst possibility? That's the way I approach most of it. What is the worst? Could it have been a rabid animal, an animal with rabies? Or was it an animal that doesn't carry rabies? And then based by treatment on that, sometimes you have to treat broadly, and sometimes you have to, treat people for conditions, even if you don't know 100% that they exist.
Are there times when you saw injuries that you just didn't know how they happened?
Yes.
Many times. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And many times you thought what you saw were bites, but you couldn't articulate the animal, right?
That happens sometimes.
Okay. Suffice to say, you have never, ever been...
That happens sometimes, but she can't remember one example of that. And now today it's changed to she doesn't know the patient's name, so that's why she couldn't tell us about it. Could not believe he didn't jump all over that.
qualified in a federal court to testify as a dog bite expert, have you?
No.
And other than this trial a year ago, have you ever been qualified to testify in any state court in the entire country as a dog bite expert?
No, the issue never came up.
That's not what I asked.
Okay,
though.
no.
No. You wrote a report in this case?
Yes.
Did anybody help you write this report?
I wrote the report. I had some help with some minor edits in rearranging, some paragraphs or whatever, but putting things in the right category.
Okay.
But no, I wrote the report.
Who helped you with your report?
Mr. Lessie.
So did you write a preliminary or draft report, send it for input, and then...
This was a mic drop moment. Who helped you with your report? Robert Alessi? Oh, he just helped me put things in the right columns. Like a doctor wouldn't know how to fill out a form like this. Give me a break. He essentially wrote it. The language is different. Put Hank Brennan on high alert. Her opinions had changed.
Change it?
No, I didn't change it. I wrote the report, and I would have things in the wrong categories, for instance, like training experience or whatever.
Who said they were the wrong category?
Well, I think that was my conclusion, actually.
I see. And so how would you go through this editing process? How did that work on this report? Would you send it back and forth?
It got sent back and forth a couple times.
Okay. Now, this report you signed, right?
Did I sign it? Yes.
Nobody else signed it. You.
I wrote it.
Okay. And the reason why I asked if you had help, a lot of your statements and conclusions in this report are different than the testimony that you gave at both the voir dire hearing a year ago and at the trial. Is that fair to say?
I don't think it's fair to say.
Okay.
I think that...
Tell me.
I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
I was convinced, if we would get into specifics, I was convinced of of my opinion back in the voir dire and in the trial. But I think I stated it wrong. I stated it as if I was talking to other doctors. They say in medicine.
She is such a con artist, this woman. Speaking of con artists, absolute liar, in my opinion. It was said I thought I was speaking to doctors. I'm absolutely nothing's going to convince me that this isn't a dog bite. I'm getting my $600, $700 an hour, whatever she's getting. We'll find out in the trial. Come hell or high water. Do you think that Robert Alessi didn't seriously draft her opinion?
Well, think again.
Thank you, Joan. It's ridiculous. It's like a farce, isn't it? A high comedy.
That nothing is 100% in medicine. That's what we learn, when we go up through medical school and residency and whatever. And in my teachings, I always told people nothing is 100%. And that was the number that I was, that I thought I was being asked for. Basically, it was 100%. So that's why I stated my opinion the way I did. But anyways, as I went through material again, I was convinced back then, and I am still convinced right now that these are caused by dog bites. And not only that, but dog attack.
If you were testifying honestly and earnestly before and you're using doctor speak, why would you need to change it for today, for this report? Why not just continue to offer a natural, honest, thorough opinion that you had before? Why did you have to change it?
I came up with this. I became clearer and clearer every single time.
Every single time Robert Alessi rewrote my draft, I became more and more certain. Buddy Buchanan, thank you so much for the super sticker. These streams are entirely supported by your donations, so I appreciate it. Makes live streams like this possible.
That I looked at the pictures and I just realized that I understated the last time, that I misunderstood the question that was asked of me, regarding my opinion, and so I felt that I had to be clearer.
Did anybody point out to you that it'd be more helpful to the defense case if you had a more assertive opinion?
No, absolutely not.
So when you went through these days and months since the trial, did you get any new information that you looked at that made you realize you underscored the confidence in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Because in your earlier testimony, it's quite different.
I know.
I want to do this gently, but I want to go through some of that.
Okay.
Okay. When you first testified...
This is Hank Brennan's version of gently. I don't think he was so gentle today. I think so much of the objections had to do with the tone of his questions. I thought all of them were fair. Did any of you think any of his questions were unfair? Curious, and if so, which one? Or ones?
You had... How should I say this? You offered opinions that were less than certain about the genesis and cause of the wounds, didn't you?
I think it sounded like I was not certain. However, I was certain. I just didn't express it correctly.
Okay. When you first testified in the voir dire about some of these wounds, you were asked what kind of animal you thought caused the wounds, and you said, most likely a dog.
Correct.
Right. You didn't say beyond a reasonable degree of dog bite certainty, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the
The
question?
objection is, he said beyond a reasonable doubt, and that was...
No, he didn't say doubt. He said degree of medical certainty.
He said beyond, Your Honor.
Right, beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So I heard you didn't get to the certainty. You just heard beyond reasonable and objected. So based on that, the objection's overruled.
Let me phrase to make it clear. You didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog.
I did in one of the okay, maybe in the next one. Okay. But yeah, if I wasn't asked about reasonable degree of medical certainty, I may not have expressed it.
The court herself asked you, do you know what kind of animal? And you said, yes, most likely a dog.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you didn't express certainty at that point?
Yes, but again, thinking as a doctor and not a lawyer or a judge or someone, I'm thinking as a doctor, I'm thinking that it's never 100%. And so that's what I was going by. If I was going to be teaching medical students what those wounds were, another group of wounds, I tell people never 100% in medicine. So that's where that came from. And I apologize if I confused the court.
I don't think there's any confusion. You used the word likely. The word possibly is even less certain than likely, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, when you're a doctor and you look at something and you say, well, the likelihood is this is the cause of this.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That would be a stronger opinion than saying possibly this.
Correct.
Possible is even less certain, isn't it? At trial, when you were asked about the cause of the injuries, I'm going to quote you, and I can show you if you'd like. It's the trial transcript, page 19, line 21. What you said is, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the patent injuries.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Very different. I'll just finish if I could. Very different than what you're opining today at this hearing.
I'm sorry that you think it is, and I can understand how you believe it is, but it's not different to me. I believed it was a dog. I was convinced it was a dog then, but going by the no 100% in medicine, I didn't say that. I am still convinced it's a dog. The one thing that's a little different is that it's an attack. I after counting the series of wounds and whatever, I am convinced not only was it a dog, striking once or twice, but it was actually multiple strikes by that dog.
Okay, now I want to get back to the testimony we were talking about, your testimony at trial, under oath, okay? Your testimony is you believe they were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog. You expressed uncertainty that you didn't even know or have an opinion about what type of animal caused these wounds at that time. Is that fair to say?
I was leaving room for if there was for instance, another kind of animal in the vicinity that, but there's no evidence to that. There's no, paw marks or anything in the ground.
What other animal do you think was in the vicinity that would have caused these?
I don't know, but I was just leaving that. Again, being a trained physician, there's no absolutes, and so that's what.
No.
The way I approached it.
Did you inquire to see more discovery, to see if there was a pack of wild animals in 34 Fairview that would have caused this? Did you reach out to any of the witnesses or the lawyers and ask if there was any reports or information suggesting another animal?
I did not.
Were you curious?
I did not. I just didn't do it.
Okay. You were asked by Mr. Jackson, trial page 23, line 3. He provided the question, does this appear, as it's a pattern injury that you see, appear consistent with an animal?
Just some news. Turtle Boy was also in court this morning over his restraining order. His accuser is looking to extend her restraining order against Aiden Turtleboy Carney, the blogger who was used by Karen Reed to harass witnesses and poison the jury in this case. He has 19 witness harassment charges against him. This is according to Grant Smith Ellis. Just in, Lindsay Gattani, I guess she's being named, has been given a court-appointed lawyer to help fight to extend her restraining order against Aiden Turtleboy Carney. Turtleboy's lawyer tried to pull a fast one on Lindsay. Lindsay asserted a legal privilege, and the court gave Lindsay a lawyer. The crowd was in awe. Multiple Turtleboy fans complimented Lindsay's intelligence as she acted on her feet in response to Bradel, that's Turtleboy's lawyer, questioned and dominated him without missing a beat. One of them said to me, "Wow, Lindsay is smart." Another said, "Oh my God, how did she manage to do that?" A third said, "Wow, that plan by Turtleboy backfired. This changes the ball game, folks. It will now be Bradel versus Lindsay's new lawyer, whoever the court appoints, when the hearing continues later today. I never in my life seen a pro se litigant act with such brilliance on their feet. We are now in recess." So just a little update from Grant Smith Ellis, who's in the courtroom in Aiden Turtleboy Carney's hearing.
Animal or a large dog, and you said yes. So you included that this, again, could have been a dog or an animal in your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. I haven't.
So I'm sorry, we can't take a, we need a yes or no.
Oh, sorry.
Doctor.
Yes.
Again, at trial, page 23, line 6, you were asked, does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said, yes, it can be. Okay. Do you want to see your testimony? Because I don't want to just put words in your mouth.
No, I trust you.
And so, thank you. So the question that you were asked was positing that it could have been not just a dog, but any animal. And you were agreeable to that at that time.
Again, thinking like a medical doctor, not a participant in a legal setting.
Not to belabor, but these are your words, so I want to talk to you about them. You were again asked, page 23, line 18, by Mr. Jackson, based on everything that we've discussed today, doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? And you said yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so your opinions today that this was exclusively an animal attack caused by a large dog, that is much different in kind than the uncertainty and possibility that you admitted under oath during trial, in this case, the first time, or actually the second time you testified about it. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay. I think this is a good point to stop because we need to get another date. You're not going to finish in 3 minutes, right? No, okay. All right. So, Mr. Richter, what was the date you and I looked at? Was it Jim? Okay. Here she.
Okay, so that's the end of that one. They're still on recess. We're still looking at a fan. Let me see what else I can pull up of Okay, let me share my screen. Let's go back to the trial first, Karen Reed's first trial that ended with a hung jury.
Items that you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I believe this is not caused by a car.
So what evidence you have that the victim was defending himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs,
Okay.
the neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to, but...
If I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes.
And you don't know if they're healthy teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Well, do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out as we just spoke about? Because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And if it's going this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, not does it not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right. But if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. You've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Bite
scratches or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it? I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach to help you on that?
Yes.
It's the thick one.
Mhm.
You got it.
Okay.
Okay. No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You are unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set.
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Or paw marks, yeah.
So your testimony
Yeah.
that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it
Trial.
was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial.
Uh-huh.
At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently
Okay.
without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there.
Okay.
And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate,
Now,
yeah.
you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin,
Makes sense with that
Yeah.
name.
freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No,
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
oh,
Aren't
you're a
they?
doctor?
There's no question.
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top 2 that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would
You're
you say it
saying-
again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not
Mhm.
sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these 2 are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't
That is inc-
these are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites.
No.
If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bites?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay. And so
They're different.
the punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
And the
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth?
It's part of the pattern,
Of this whole pattern?
of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That
And this-
lesion by
and-
itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the
of a
dog's nail, the dog's nails,
paw nail,
toenail,
toenail?
yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these three scratches in and of themselves without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these three that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there, along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these three scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches. So is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow just that. That's what's been called two.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first two. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions. And what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the, the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? I'm gonna
That
allow
is
you to answer
unfair.
it.
That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay. So looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay.
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a voir dire.
Okay. We'll have to get you one.
Boy, Hank Brennan calling out Alessi's,
Yes.
Thank you.
helping her with a report, and you're really stating Alessi's opinions. That opinion didn't come in until Alessi asked you.
What page?
That one's not right either. Nope. Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
relative
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, or can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines?
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1 on wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
is that a new one?
no, that's
Okay.
well known in the medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size. The distance between these 2 wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these 2 wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe this is not a full bite. There is no significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures. or punctate?
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of two separate bites. Where you have canine puncture wound, punctate lesion from the upper canines, lower canines, and then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wounds.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You could not make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, Doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
Not 100%, correct.
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries, and you said it's possible?
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Wound 4 up here, what do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. Had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the
No.
other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes,
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, this because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could it have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, into it. clothing that's on, on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion. Yes? Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand with a straw on the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes.
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding on to the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
There are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch?
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. But by bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So here, right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of the arm, I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're
the
saying
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur, and I didn't say that those are definitely 2 canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have Exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes.
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
Yes.
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
Yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes, I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than what we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion based. It's subjective based. The science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty.
There is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed
You
the
mean in
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this
Okay.
information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds at 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
no, I did not get that, but
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get that.
Oh,
However, I have a comment about that.
Go ahead.
Please.
Not very medical exam, not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm
Do
sorry.
you know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government. Do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Mr. Walsh,
No,
John Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
So-
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all. You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian
Mhm.
to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog,
Uh-huh.
and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right?
Mhm.
Yes? You've read that in the literature. The best way to
one could.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Only one person is helping.
You've read in the literature the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines, and you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so reported in the chat was that Hank Brennan was complaining about Karen Reed's behavior in the courtroom. Something I pointed out being highly inappropriate, her rolling of the eyes and the looks that she makes, the turning around to look at people in the gallery, to roll her eyes. I was surprised this hasn't been called out sooner. It was called out in trial by Judge Cannoni, who said, was that trial or was that a hearing? Where she said, you think this is funny, Miss Reed? I believe that was trial. Forgive me if I'm wrong. It's just my memory. But absolutely demolished, I think. Marie Russell's just getting demolished by Hank Brennan. And you can see Robert Alessi getting frustrated and more frustrated as his objections keep getting overruled, rightfully, I believe. And his recreation of Dr. Russell has been thoroughly destroyed. So what I mean by recreation is I believe he worked on her report, rewrote much of it, prepared her so that she could be used at trial. And that's all great on direct when you're being asked friendly questions, which is why cross-examination is often called the engine of truth. Under cross-examination, she's falling apart. And one of the techniques I believe Robert Alessi used was just to draw out the hearing. So it was so monotonous and long that it just seemed by the length that she was qualified. And just hope that maybe the judge would space out. Unfortunately, all the things she said in that hearing and in the trial are coming back to bite her, and they're all inconsistent and nonsensical. However, Judge Cannoni has been very defense friendly in this trial. I would be surprised if she totally bars her from the courtroom. The way I'm thinking about it is that she will probably be given a very limited scope, but who knows? She may be approved with no limits, or the opposite, totally barred. We don't know which way she's going to rule. Karen Reed looks like newly Botoxed, hair done, makeup done. Hardly seems to be suffering from lack of funds. And if the $5 million in debt she says she is, I do not believe that she's $5 million in debt. If anything, she's cleaning up with donations. Her brother recently was asking for donations. They were getting big donations. So people are still donating to her defense fund. How are you guys feeling about this? Wesley Loves Oktoberfest says, Roberta, she's paying with nature's credit card. You think? Those eyebrows almost hitting the hairline. She looks very polished. My friend was saying to me, if she gets away with this, meaning if she gets convicted and they overturn her conviction, or if she gets acquitted, she's predicting, this is a friend of mine, that Karen Reed will be bigger than Amanda Knox on the wrongly accused celebrity circuit. Amanda Knox just took part in as an actress in the TV show Laid. I think it's on Hulu. I mean, absolutely revolting that we have a once formerly convicted murderer on Hulu. But my friend thinks that Karen Reed is going to go even farther, be a massive celebrity if she can get away with her murder of John O'Keefe. Yeah, looks like they do Jude drops. Love it if they have Chloe's dental treatment. Looks like they have some kind of porcelains of her mouth. Too many people, Sun-Eyed Girl says, too many people have never looked at the Amanda Knox case. Yeah, and it's a complicated one. It's so easy to say one guy did it when you know very little about the evidence, because Americans never hear about all the evidence or all of Amanda Knox's lies or why she's a convicted slanderer. They never hear about the mixed blood of Meredith Kercher or the mixed DNA that lit up under luminol, i.e. blood, reacted very strongly to luminol in multiple places in that villa. They just hear Amanda Knox goes, there was no DNA of me in that room. Very clever. The room that she did a lot of cleaning in, strangely. I think Karen Reed has had a similar kind of campaign to Amanda Knox, innocence fraud campaign. And Amanda Knox has started pre-trial too, just very much like Karen Reed. It's a good analogy. Unfortunately for Karen Reed, all of her trial and evidence has been in English. You never heard the other side, Sun-Eyed Girl? Wow, that's amazing. Sun-Eyed Girl says, I never heard the other side of the Amanda Knox case until I found you. Wow. Well, maybe that's the reason that Amanda Knox despises me so much. She's talked about me on her podcast and brought up the innocence fraud movement as if it were a movement. It's just a few people who talk about it. I wish it were a movement. Who does? Roberta, hold on one second. Let me get to you. Mom, crime junkie. Roberta, they donate at Fidelity where she worked. They donated. So do you mean to say, Mom, crime junkie, that Karen Reed's former coworkers donated to her defense fund? Is that what you're saying? Very interesting. Someone sent me an article about Biden's pardons, federal pardons, death row pardons, and 2 of the convicts on death row don't want his pardon. And this is really interesting. Why not? It's not that they think that they're guilty and they want to take responsibility for their crime. No, not that. They think that being pardoned and not being on death row will ruin their chances, legal chances of getting acquitted. And then, of course, the writer puts in that they've always maintained their innocence, as if that's something unusual. That's not the majority of people in prison. I'm so tired of this. They've always maintained their innocence. That's what can we remind everyone that this is not a convincing argument that they've always maintained their innocence? So that should be interesting. It brings to mind the fact that if you're on death row, because the anti-death penalty movement is so strong, has so much money, that it helps to be given a death sentence if you want your sentence reversed. They just let out a child abuser. She had her kids taken away with her. Lucio in Austin, Texas, where they have one of these Soros DAs, overturned her conviction. She, of course, had an innocence fraud documentary. It's unreal. The evidence against that woman is, I have no doubt that of her guilt. But the Innocence Project at all put in a lot of money. To her case, and she's out. I can't believe it. This is a long sidebar now. If law was based on Free Aaron Reed says, if law was based on professing your innocence, then you would have empty jails and prisons. LOL. So true.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them, and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
It's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what gape of
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of, or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well,
Measuring
if you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular
course.
basis, and the distance between the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No, it was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know, I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally.
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lessie, go right ahead.
If I could have you ready to organize
Sure.
the exhibits, thank you, Your Honor. They're organized, I just wanted to make sure I have the right ones. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
For the record, we have pre-marked number 33 through 37.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, I have provided the court and offered to counsel, but counsel already had the copies, a notebook that has exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly, Your Honor's previous direction that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand with Dr. Russell.
In my approach to do that?
Sure.
May I talk to the witness and just point out where they are?
I think you can give them to her. I think
Okay,
she can
that's-
figure out
okay.
numerically what's what. All right, Mr. Leslie, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list.
Yes.
How long do you think it might take? And I'm not holding you to this, just curious.
I appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider what he did. My best estimate is approximately 2 hours.
Okay, I'd like us to finish by 4.
Yes, Your Honor, understood.
Mr. Brennan, I know you have no idea how long recross might be, but we'll try and finish by 4 tonight.
Understood, Your Honor.
2 hours? 2 hours? This guy's ridiculous. I bet he's going to leave no time for redirect by Brennan.
May I now proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, during cross-examination at this Daubert hearing on December 12th, you were asked whether you believed you were an expert in the areas of orthopedics, accident reconstruction, biomechanics, motor vehicle accidents, and defensive wounds. In your 29 plus years of experience as an emergency medicine physician in training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No.
Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes. So emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field of general orthopedics. So in emergency orthopedics, physicians care for, evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures, acute dislocations, those types of injuries are done in many busy emergency rooms, right in the emergency room. And that's what I have expertise in.
Did the rotation at the, you just said busy hospital that you were at, did the rotation when you were training, were you required to take a part of the training in emergency orthopedics?
I was required to take a 1-month rotation in orthopedics.
Now, you were asked during cross-examination at this voir dire about one particular specialized training that you had involving motor vehicle accidents, and you, in response to a question from Mr. Brennan, agreed that that particular course was rudimentary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you take that course that you referred to as rudimentary?
It was around 1979.
And what profession did you have when you took this rudimentary course that you were asked about?
I was a police officer at that time.
And since that one rudimentary course that you had, have you had further training with regard and experience to humans injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, much.
And describe the much that experience and training you've had in that area.
Well, during my 29 years working in the emergency department, we saw motor vehicle accident victims on every shift. And usually there were multiple victims on every shift. So that was part of it. Plus we had lectures and seminars on motor vehicle accidents, victims.
And is your focus in your testimony, both in June of this year and in December of this year, on wounds from motor vehicle accidents or how motor vehicle accidents occur?
So as a physician, my focus is on the wounds and injuries caused by motor vehicle accidents and how to diagnose and treat them.
So are you sitting as a medical doctor giving opinions on medical causation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
During cross-examination, in this hearing, you were asked about whether you were an expert in accident reconstruction. Is being an expert in accident reconstruction necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Does an emergency medicine physician need to be an expert in accident reconstruction to evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents in the emergency department?
No.
In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
Is accident reconstruction even relevant to the practice of emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician, an expert in accident reconstruction, a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
During cross-examination in this hearing, you were also asked about whether you have a degree in biomechanics. In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician who is an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Is being an expert in biomechanics necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician is an expert in the field of biomechanics a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
In your 29 years of experience as a medical doctor, where do most people go for the treatment of acute injuries from motor vehicle accidents?
To the emergency department.
Do you know, or have you had any experience where a person who has an acute injury from a motor vehicle accident goes to an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Do you know whether anybody who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, acute injury, goes to an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
On cross in this hearing, you were asked about your expertise in, quote, self-defense. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in your report of December 9 about self-defense or defensive wounds?
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in December and the report that you prepared dated December 9th, was that about self-defense or defensive wounds?
My testimony was about defensive wounds, not self-defense.
What's the difference between self-defense and defensive wounds?
Well, I believe self-defense is something like martial arts and the study and techniques of defending oneself from an attack. That's what I believe self-defense is.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about whether not observing how a wound to the posterior side of a forearm occurred provided you with sufficient context to determine whether a wound was a defensive wound. What context did you have with regard to the wounds on the right arm of the decedent to reach your conclusion that those wounds were defensive wounds?
Well, the context is the configuration, the location of the wounds, and the presence of a dog.
In the cross in this hearing, you've been asked whether you have observed how wounds are created. In your experience, do emergency physicians or forensic pathologists get to observe how wounds are created?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians and forensic pathologists nonetheless often reach medical diagnostic conclusions without observing how the wounds are created?
Yes, they do.
And is that a common or uncommon practice for emergency medicine physicians?
Well, that's common.
How common?
Well, I think it's fairly common.
You were also asked whether someone could, and this is on cross in this hearing, whether someone could incur wounds to the posterior side of the forearm if they fall to the ground backwards. Did the wounds to the right arm of the decedent in this case arise from him falling to the ground backwards?
No.
Why not?
Because of the configuration and the pattern of the wounds.
And do you come to that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about when someone hits a moving or a floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic and changing all the time, and the hitting concept. Can you please explain the question that was posed to you about moving, floating objects and hitting objects and how you evaluated those issues with respect to the decedent in this case?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Doctor, did you understand the question?
Not exactly.
Okay, ask the question differently.
On cross, you were asked about when someone hits a moving or floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic or change. Can you please explain those concepts in that question and how you analyze them with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Okay. When there is movement and there is contact, there is movement of the, for lack of a better word, inflicting object, such as a tooth or something else. There is movement along the skin during the period of time in which they are in contact. That's what I understood that I was being asked.
On cross-examination, you were asked several questions about pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology. And you were asked about the development, that's what I want to start with, of your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds. How did you develop your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Well, as I testified earlier, I've seen many dog bite victims. And sometimes I was able to talk to, I closely examined their wounds. And not only examined, but evaluated, treated. But in many cases, I was also able to talk to them and ask them about how the wounds were inflicted. And I did this over and over and over again, hundreds of times. I think I testified to about at least 500 times over the years. So as you do that, you learn. You know, you recognize, you get sharper. So that's how I did.
And did you also edit any peer-reviewed publications that were relevant to pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology?
Yes, I did. Now, pattern recognition in general, first of all, pattern recognition in general is a really important feature of medicine. It's critical. It's so important. And we start learning pattern recognition from medical school, from the beginning of medical school, learning how to recognize patterns of cells in pap smears and biopsies, patterns of cells. That's what a lot of pathology is, pattern recognition. And so, and even radiologists use pattern recognition when they look at x-rays of pneumonia, for instance. Different pneumonias have different patterns. So pattern recognition is something that I've been doing since, the beginning of medical school, and actually a little bit before medical school. So that was 50 years ago, I think. 40 years ago.
Is pattern recognition some novel or unscientific process, or is it rooted in evidence-based medical science?
Oh, it's definitely evidence-based medical science. And in fact, there are textbooks on how to recognize certain patterns. So there, for instance, in pathology and, in medicine, there are textbooks on how to tell if somebody's got liver cancer or somebody's got, some other disease. This is pattern recognition for the most part. and X-rays too. It's in textbooks. They're huge textbooks and numerous textbooks written about this.
Is pattern recognition methodology that you've been testifying about, is that generally accepted in the medical community?
Pattern recognition as a methodology? Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Leslie, we're going to take our break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. All rise to the court, please.
Okay, we are on break. I assume till 2 o'clock. Yeah, I agree. Who's just said that? Please, Wesley. Please, Judge, stop the circus. Wrap it up. Right. I just think this Alessi is self-indulgent. There's no need. I mean, take the time you need, but this is ridiculous. You don't need 2 hours for a redirect. He didn't need 5 hours before. Much of it was redundant. But you can see that she kind of puffs up when he's asking her the questions, because basically he just feeds her these questions. So it's like he's testifying. She knows where to go with him, but on cross-examination, she was totally lost. So, where should I go for the break? Should we play her previous testimony? That might be interesting. We can go back to that. Hold on 1 second. Oh, this is only 15 minutes, though. Yeah, it was really short. Was this in the... Hold on, let me see if this was... Trying to figure out if this was the trial or the hearing. Let's take a look.
What is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the...
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below, some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions. Again, representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So to sustain, next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes. And in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries, the type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of...
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
okay,
does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries, or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began.
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him. Was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
And you were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some...
I'm not asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes.
Did at the time. What time was this?
In May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months. You
No.
Remember, not 6 months, a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
no, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustain to that form.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at...
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. So
I'm showing you a document, asking to review that.
So it looks like that was from the hearing, I believe. He wasn't asked to write a report. I mean, just, come on. It really is like someone just came from out on the street. She said, I didn't just come out from out on the street. You really seemed like you did, and inserted herself. So she didn't have an opinion when she thought she could lend an opinion to the defense when she read about it. Notice she didn't reach out to the prosecution. It says, I just the defense. I hear there might be a dog bite involved in this trial. Strangely, when she was handed the material, she realized it could be nothing but dog bites. John O'Keefe's arm wounds could be nothing but dog bites. Isn't that amazing? So let me see what I have in my arsenal here to play for you guys. Actually, I'd be curious to watch some of this testimony again.
Dog bites or dog wounds in that capacity in the emergency department of LACUSC.
In the main emergency department, yes.
In the main emergency department. And did you also treat, beyond dog-induced wounds, general animal-induced wounds that were not from a dog?
Yes.
Describe some of the animal wounds, non-dog animal wounds that you would observe and treat in the regular emergency department.
Well, the most common one was the cat. But beyond that, we would see wounds from skunks, rats, raccoons. I recall seeing an opossum wound one time. Of course, snake bites and, various other animals.
Approximately how many?
So she remembers all those animals, but can't remember one time when someone couldn't tell her that they were bitten by an opossum, etc. I think that 500 dog bite wounds seems to be a great inflation. She saw 30 patients a day. I have to figure out. I'm going to work that out eventually. Find out exactly how long she was at worked as an EMT doctor. So she's had so many careers. She's had a career as a police officer. She's worked in the coroner's office. She's worked as an EMT doctor. So, and now she's trying to create a career for herself as an expert witness on the bite and hold of dogs, a kind of dog bite expert. It seems what interests me most about this hearing is looking at Judge Canone's reaction to the defense. I don't think she cares for Alessi much. She seems to be ruling against him an awful lot compared to what we witnessed in the previous hearing. I think she's had it with his I don't frequent objections. He's also not used to working in a Massachusetts courtroom. He'll often say the reasons for his objections, which is not the practice in Massachusetts. Yeah. Wesley loves Oktoberfest, says Roberta. She's done it all. Next, she'll be president. I deeply dislike her. I think she's a fraudster, a natural innocence fraudster. I wouldn't be surprised if we see her in another trial, inserting herself. She'll say anything up there for money. It seems like that's what I got out of her cross-examination. Her testimony has moved all over the map. And she's highly narcissistic, all of which Hank Brennan honed in on. And what he got out of, he got her pretty, I don't know if angry is the word, testy, I would say. And that did not benefit her in her cross-examination, and flustered, easily flustered and testy when her expertise is challenged. To say that she knows more than, just as much as any dog expert, is just patently false. Compared to the dog expert that the state Commonwealth is going to bring up, I mean, the list is like as long as your arm of the trials he's testified in. There's lots of interviews with him on YouTube. Who's a former police officer who's went back to school for advanced degree. And I believe his thesis was in dog bites. I mean, this is like the dog bite guy. No way does she know as much as he does. Maybe I'll pull him up in a minute.
Dog bite wounds, did you observe and treat in the emergency department at LACUSC?
So the main emergency department?
Yes.
Well, over the course of all those years, at least 500.
How do you come up with the number 500?
Well, it was an estimate based on seeing, based on the number.
Oh, my cat is here. Do you guys hear him? Do you guys hear him? Are you going to talk? You're just going to meow when the mic is off? Oh, Maui Swift, thanks for your coverage. Roberta, thank you for your support. These live streams on hearings and when I live stream trials are entirely supported by donations, so I appreciate it. Also want to thank Starkwork. Nice to see you. People stop saying anyways instead of anyway. Okay. And yeah, can we get people, my personal pet peeve. Hey, my cat is ready to start throwing things off the table. He's so angry he's not getting attention. My pet peeve is very unique. Unique means one of a kind. It's not to be qualified. It drives me insane. But pretty much everyone says it these days.
Number of years I worked, plus the number of weeks in a year, plus the number of dog bites that I saw per week. And that's how I came up with that number. And I underestimated.
Describe what you did, just briefly, with regard to the wounds. What type of practice of medicine, what did you do specifically?
Wait, do you have some things to say? He says that she hasn't seen many cat bite wounds. This is my cat weighing in. Hasn't seen many cat bite wounds. He disagrees with Marie Russell that cat bite wounds. He says that this is a terrible crime against cats that occurred this morning. Will you stop that? Will you stop throwing things off and come here? Quickly. Please don't do that. He's going to start throwing off a coin bank off the table. Some pens. What else does he want to throw? Sometimes he throws the entire lamp off. He's going for the lamp. Oh, this is a play-by-play. He says that for Marie Russell to say that cats were second to dog bites, and she saw mostly cat bite wounds, I thought she said at one point. I said that's terrible. It's a crime against cats.
The wounds.
So when a patient came in with a wound.
And I'm talking dog bite wounds.
Okay, well, first I had to figure out if it was a dog bite, because some patients couldn't tell us what kind of animal bit them. Most of the time they could, but some couldn't. Some were young, some, there were various reasons. There was sometimes language barriers. So I had to figure out what type of animal inflicted the wound. And there was a very important clinical reason for that.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
So I think you testified earlier about specifically what you did with the wound. What did you do specifically with the dog? These approximately more than 500 dog-inflicted wounds. What did you do specifically, so to speak, with your hands?
Okay. Well, I was clearly interested in wounds, and particularly bite wounds. I was very interested in this, so it got my attention all the time. And so what I first do, I had to do differential diagnosis, but...
She's so interested, she's not going to read the book on dog bites. Isn't that odd? Does anyone else find that odd? Oh, there he is. Buddy, you want to come over and talk? Everybody wants to hear what you have to say. No, you want to continue to try to keep knocking over the lamp? All right, buddy. Oh, now he's rubbing his face against the computer. All right. Slightly better. My apologies to the non-cat lovers in the audience. They're like, what am I listening to? What am I listening to? You want to say hi, buddy? Yeah, my cat was rescued off of death row for kitties. So it's really interesting. Apparently there's another, talking about Biden's pardons. Someone said that there was a third. There's at least two that were written up in the New York Post that do not want his commutation to life without parole because they want to overturn their convictions using the wrongful conviction movement, especially the anti-death penalty. And like I said, Melissa Lucio was let out, who killed her baby Mariah. Awful. Her kids were taken away from her. She was so abusive. And she talked about how she just couldn't help herself, but she constantly abused her little baby until she killed her. And there was a Innocence Fraud documentary, and the Innocence Project got involved, and now she's out. I mean, it's unreal. So they said they have a better shot than a commutation. They don't want life in prison. They have better access to better lawyers in overturning their conviction on death row. But my cat just a small fry he's still small, but when I got him, he was really ill. And they thought they would have to put him down because he had you can see his eye got messed up from a upper respiratory infection. He also had ringworm. He gave us all ringworm and lots of trips to the vet changing medications and stuff, but it was totally worth it. He's a great cat. And my other cat has a terrible cough that I just took her to the vet for, and we're feeding her antibiotics. This is a cat corner. Cat corner update. I'm sure you guys all tuned in for this. Fascinating details of my cats. The cats in her life. But now we're feeding her antibiotics, followed by churros. We're all the cat owners out there. My boyfriend's been doing they gave us a special, it looks like a syringe, pill syringe. I have better luck just kind of throwing it down her throat, but he can operate it. So we've been giving her some antibiotics daily.
Physically, if I determined it was a dog bite wound, then I'd render the appropriate treatment. Sometimes there was perforation of the skin and laceration.
Miss Lisa, you have a corgi? I grew up with corgis, and my mom still has one, Maud, who I love. They're great dogs. They shed a lot and they bark a lot, but they're great dogs. When I was growing up in the 80s, you never saw a corgi, or I never saw a corgi. And at least in New York now, they're so popular. I see them all the time. Your corgi has a terrible cough, and it turned out it was allergies. So if the antibiotics don't work, consider that. That's interesting. They took an x-ray and he showed it to a specialist. They don't think it's anything more serious than hopefully. But unfortunately, she's still coughing a little bit. Not as bad as it was, but still a little bit. Thanks for that. I hope your corgi's okay.
And those lacerations sometimes needed debridement, which is cutting away from the edges and the dead tissue, any devitalized tissue, and some were large enough that they actually needed suturing. Many of them needed antibiotics prescribed.
In terms of the facility,
Are they a Pembroke or are they a cardigan, Miss Lisa? So, Miss Lisa, I'm sorry. I'm just so fascinated to meet people who've had corgis. My husband's family has had them for generations. You have 2 corgis? Wow, do they get along? And yeah, corgi sheds like no tomorrow. So true. They're amazingly sheddy dog. I was covered in dog hair pretty much my whole childhood. Do you have a cardigan or are they Pembroke? Let me know if you're still around.
I think you've testified that it was a level 1 trauma center.
Yes.
Did the fact that it was a level 1 trauma center have any effect on the number of dog bite wounds you would see?
I don't know the exact effect, but we did get referrals in.
And does the fact that it was a level trauma 1 center mean your estimate was conservative or liberal?
Oh, my estimate was conservative.
Meaning conservative, you say 500, but describe what you mean by conservative.
Conservative
What number does it go down?
Oh, I probably saw a lot more than 500.
Does that estimate include the number of dog inflicted wounds that you supervised?
No.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you also supervised. Describe what the nature of the supervision was with respect to dog inflicted wounds.
Well, as an attending physician at a university medical center, of course, I supervised interns, other residents, medical students, PAs, and nurse practitioners.
Sorry, I just need a break. I need a break myself from Marie Russell's testimony. Jennifer Ray says, I really don't like Alessi either. Me neither. Isn't he an innocence fraudster? His voice is annoying. Sometime soon, I'm going to do a show on the innocence fraudster lawyer connected to the Innocence Project who got involved with Karen Reed right away. Our queen had loads of corgis. Yeah, that's why my mom loved the Queen of England. And so she was given a corgi by her dad. That's as far back as it goes. So into the 50s for my family. I like Topi, the corgi on YouTube. Adorable. Cute, right? And I like Graffiti and Brady, those corgis. Have you guys seen those? Those look a lot like my mom's dogs. They're Jeris. Can you play the dog excerpt from Court TV last night? It was really good. Sure. Let me find it. Do you know what the episode is called? Or I'm just tired of Marie Russell. I also probably should get lunch at probably some point too. I'm just tired of this. It's a little annoying. Court TV. Let's see what's on here. They're on break till 2. Okay, just making sure. Court TV. Last time I watched it was about Wendy Adelson. Let's see. Was it alive? No, it's got to be a video. Has got to be it. Let me see.
But never in any of those states where she's qualified as a medical expert with opinion in trials has she ever testified about dog bites.
Gotcha. Matt Johnson, thank you so much for this. Tomorrow it continues.
It does.
We'll be watching it. Thank you very much. And we want to show you some of this testimony that may or may not come back into the next trial. Here's a clip of Dr. Marie Russell, and she's talking about what she says are cuts from a dog attack.
Not this? Okay, hold on. I'm on the wrong thing. Let's watch Intelligent Dog Experts. It was last night. It was on the Karen Reed case. Okay, this is the only one from last night. Let's see if we can move forward and if there's a dog expert. Let's see what else we can find. Sure it wasn't Law and Crime? It's definitely Court TV. It's the only thing that went on last night was that. Maybe it's not out on video yet. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me get some information about the expert they're bringing up. Maybe we can look at some of his videos. Hold on one second. I'm just going to put Marie Russell on for a hot minute just so there's not blank air.
And so frequently had, 3 to 5 people working with me that I had to supervise. So I would see I saw any case that they saw. Any patient that they saw, I would supervise. And when there were wounds, I would look at the wounds personally myself.
How many trainees did you typically supervise per shift?
Typically 3 to 5.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you were supervising 3 to 5 trainees per shift who also were treating dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And can you give an approximate number of dog-inflicted wounds, just approximate, that those trainees would be experiencing in their role?
It's so hard to give an estimate. But with all those trainees and all those weeks and years, I would say at least another 500.
Have you ever participated, now we're going to switch gears to when you described you were a forensic pathologist in OR. Did you ever have experience with an autopsy which regarded a canine attack?
Yes, unfortunately.
When?
It was in 1995.
And where?
It was in Los Angeles.
And where specifically, which department in Los Angeles?
Oh, when I was at the coroner's office, I was assigned an autopsy.
So this was at the medical examiner's office?
That's correct, medical examiner now.
And what was the subject of the autopsy? Who was the subject?
It was a young boy, I don't remember the exact age, and he was killed by 3 dogs when he entered into a fenced area.
Were they... Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
My name's Hank Brennan. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
I'm going to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You shared with us that you have an extensive history of experience in the emergency room.
Yes.
And in the emergency room, you see all types of injuries, don't you?
Yes.
You see physical injuries, yes?
Yes.
Emotional injuries?
Yes.
People who overdose, perhaps they're drunk on drugs?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
So you cover a wide array of different types of treatments.
Yes.
Now, you must have seen a number of broken bones when you were in the emergency room caring for different patients, correct?
Thousands.
Arms, legs, toes?
Yes.
In light of your extensive experience in the emergency room, and looking at all of these broken bones, that doesn't make you an expert in orthopedics, does it?
Emergency orthopedics, yes.
Oh. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No, I've never.
Isn't orthopedics a specialty in medicine where there is specific training?
Yes.
And people who become orthopedics or orthopedic surgeons, they go through rigorous education specifically to be an orthopedic, right?
Well, orthopedics involves more than just setting fractures or diagnosing fractures. Orthopedics involves things like bone tumors, bone cancers, a lot of other parts of orthopedics, not just trauma. I am an expert in emergency orthopedics, I believe.
So you have decided that you are an expert in orthopedics?
Emergency orthopedics.
Emergency orthopedics, is that a specialty that you get a fellowship in, or somehow you are deemed an expert in any way?
It's not a specialty that has a fellowship that I'm aware of.
I see. So you are proclaiming that you yourself think that you're an emergency room orthopedic?
I have expertise in emergency orthopedics, yes.
Are you an expert in orthopedics?
The whole field of orthopedics, no.
And you don't have any specialized degrees in orthopedics, do you?
No.
You would agree that somebody who's gone through the rigorous requirements of being an orthopedic and qualified, they'd have much more experience in that than you. True?
In general orthopedics, yes. I have a lot of experience in orthopedic trauma related to emergencies.
Have you ever been in any court where you've ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
It was never an issue.
But I'm asking you, have you ever been in any court, state, federal, this country, any other country, where you've been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Has anybody other than yourself ordained you as an expert in orthopedics?
I haven't ordained myself as an expert in orthopedics.
Okay, so it's Dr. Jim Crosby is going to testify for the Commonwealth, in addition to have already visited Chloe in Vermont and gotten her teeth impressions. He says he's an expert in veterinarian forensics. There's, I mean, so many videos with him, but let's just pick out one and get a little, this is, hold on one second. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm seeing.
Crosby. Dr. Jim Crosby is a retired police lieutenant and has professionally trained dogs, taught individual and group obedience classes, and addressed canine behavior problems since 1999. Jim first obtained his certified professional dog trainer certification in 2008 and became a certified behavior consultant canine knowledge assessed in 2016. Jim is also a certified dog behavior consultant and holds a Master of Science degree in veterinary forensic medicine, specializing in veterinary forensics, as well as a PhD in veterinary medical science from the College of Vet Medicine at the University of Florida. Jim is recognized in and out of court as an expert internationally and across the US on dangerous dogs, canine aggression, fatal dog attacks, and related issues. He has assisted on scene the ACT government and federal police during a fatal attack investigation within the ACT in 2017. And his work on dog bite-related human fatalities has been the first that has looked at these worst-case bite incidents from a physical and behavioural perspective that includes analysis of evidence.
I mean, his CV was handed in by the Commonwealth when they're sharing things. Hey, Patty's Playhouse. How you doing, Patty? Nice to see you. Great show the other day. Oh, Miss Lisa's back. I have 2 Pembroke corgis, the best kind. I like them. I like both of them, but yeah, I grew up with Pembrokes. One is a fluffy. You have to talk, and they are red and whites. Oh, those cute. My mother's is a try. Free Karen Reed is having a fit about the mouth molds on Chloe. Also, Hank Brennan is asking for ARCA to be excluded. That's just new breaking news. So we're looking at Jim Crosby, who's going to be Dr. Jim Crosby, who's going to be the expert witness for the Commonwealth in this case. So it sounds like Brennan is doing much of what Lally did, but more aggressively. So in addition to arguing Karen Reed's guilt, he's going to be arguing against the Karen Reed's innocence fraud defense propaganda that she's been putting out. I'm just curious to see what other experts would testify for Karen Reed in this case.
And both dog and human actions and behaviors that result in human death. So we now welcome Jim Crosby discussing what is and isn't aggression in domestic dogs.
Thanks for that wonderful intro. I'd like to thank AIAM for having me down here to Australia again in Amherst. And I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Indigenous guardians of this wonderful country and all of their elders and decision makers, past, present, and future. I would also like to mention that today's talk is not really going to go there, but as we look at the serious and fatal attacks, some of the photographic images are going to be a bit shocking to some folks. Some of those images also involved photographic evidence from fatalities. So the people, although I have done everything I can to anonymize this, any of the victims, these are deceased people that I treat with respect and acknowledge their losses. But
He has a PhD and did his thesis on dog bites, which is published, and you can read it if you what. I mean, the guy's background in, I mean, this is the dog bite guy. This is the go-to guy if you have a question about dog bites, and she never heard of him. He has a PhD, but Dr. Russell stated he's not got a degree. Are you sure you're not thinking about the person that wrote the book? Was this part of a testimony today that I missed? Because that's a different person, the person that wrote. There's a whole host of experts, Daniel S. Mills and Carrie Westgarth, who wrote Dog Bites, a multidisciplinary perspective. But let me just pull up his CV for you guys. I'm not quite as fast as Patty. Hold on one sec. The forensics of aggression, working with Jim's specialty is investigating dog bite related fatalities. Is anyone saying that the dog bite was fatal? I don't think so in this case, especially evidentiary and behavioral factors involved in these deaths. Jim's on-scene investigations of over 30 fatalities. So he's got he had his own blog from 2011 to 2017 you can check out. He gave a speech at the IBAC Foundation. Here, let me share this tab. Retired Lieutenant James W. Crosby, MS, PhD, CBCC-CA, CDBC, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Jacksonville, Florida, has extensive canine behavioral training and expertise and served as chief of 2 Florida animal control agencies. Jim, he, him. Oh, no. I hope he didn't put that in. Do we think it's obvious? Oh, so over these pronoun stuff. Jim served on the board of directors of the Florida Animal Control Association and has worked with and assisted FACA, the Southeastern Animal Control Association, and several others across the U.S. and Canada. Jim assisted the Department of Animal Services for the Australian Capital Territory, leading a national study on dangerous dog policies and procedure. I mean, I understand if you have a name that maybe you can't tell the biological sex of the person, but if you have a name like Jim, wouldn't you just assume it's a man? Jim is an internationally recognized authority and court-accepted expert on canine attacks and aggression. Jim's specialty is investigating dog bite-related fatalities, especially evidentiary and behavioral factors involved in these deaths. Jim's on-scene investigation of over 30 fatalities and post-attack evaluation of over 50 subject dogs has been essential in numerous successful prosecutions. He assists prosecutors and agencies facing these cases. Jim assists in dogfighting investigations and was the expert on a Polk County, Georgia case wherein the subject was sentenced to 50 years for dogfighting the longest sentence for that crime in U.S. history. Jim serves as an expert consultant regarding the use of deadly force by police officers against companion animals. Jim earned his master's degree in veterinary forensics from the College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Florida. And months away from completing his PhD. Jim lives in Florida with his dear wife, the Queen of Darkness, a couple of curly-coated retrievers, and a rescued Jack Russell Terrier. Terrorist, they write. Terrorist, Jack Russell terrorist. Funny. But you should see he has testified in quite a few cases. So that'll give you an idea of who he is. She claimed hundreds of thousands. Who claimed hundreds of thousands? I just think she's grossly exaggerating the amount of dog bites she's seen. In prison, also, she worked as a prison doctor and said that people would come into jail, I guess, with dog bites from police dogs. I wonder how often that was. But she's saying she saw 500, and that's an underestimation. 500 dog bites. Gladys, thanks so much for the super sticker. Gladys, Lois, Doris, Dolores. Thanks for supporting the stream. Russell claimed 500. Yeah. That seems like a lot to my ear. So let me just show you what's going on X. Hold on one second. Let me share my screen. Here's Christina Rex on X. While we are inside Denham Courthouse for dog bite testimony hearing in Karen Reed's case, prosecution has filed a motion to exclude ARCA experts hired by DOJ who analyzed possible car crash that allegedly killed John O'Keefe from Reed's second trial. Motion in next post. So here it is. Motion here from the prosecutors. They want to exclude ARCA experts Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschler, who were hired by the Department of Justice as part of the federal investigation from next Karen Reed trial. And let's see. Now comes the Commonwealth and respectfully provides notice to the defense and this honorable court that at some point prior to trial, it expects to move to preclude ARCA witnesses Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschler from testifying at trial. It is possible that the defense may intend to call one or both witnesses at trial. As proponents of the witnesses, it is incumbent upon the proponent to comply with Rule 14 discovery obligations. The obligation is not dependent upon best efforts or fault. Rather, it is simply the obligation of the proponent of the witness to comply. The history and complexity of the ARCA witnesses' employment and directives are muddled and unnecessary to recount for the purposes of this notice. Rather, it is expected that if the defense attempts to pro-offer either or both potential witnesses, it will be unable to comply with Rule 14 obligations. The Commonwealth does not allege that the defense will be negligent or unwilling to comply. Rather, it is expected that given the handling and employment of these witnesses, the defense will simply be unable to meet its obligations. Interesting. I think that's going to drive the free Karen Reed people mad. So let's see where we are. It's almost, oh, we got a fan. So we have 1 minute till they return from lunch. Thanks for hanging out with me over the break. Is it no dog DNA end of story? Or end of story that he never got in the house? He never moved. I think it's the totality of the evidence. But you're right. No dog DNA is one part of it. So say if someone saw him or a couple people saw him or there's evidence he went into the house, you could maybe say the snow melted the dog DNA, but she already admitted in the previous hearing that she didn't know much about DNA. And now she has theories on how the DNA was erased from the clothing of John O'Keefe. But she didn't know that the way, what I thought was more interesting is Hank Brennan's questioning about the saliva and how dogs salivate when they bite. And she didn't seem to know that, which I thought was telling. Like I said, a shout out to all the forensic cat experts like myself out there. Shout out to you guys. We've been on the front lines dealing with kitties in the home for years. Lots of hands-on experience. Contact me for $600 an hour, and I'll give my cat expert opinion. Wesley says, Roberta Buddy is the expert. You're the assistant, right? Yeah, I'll bring my cat for $600 an hour. I'll bring one of them. He'd hate it. But if I have to bring Smedley to court, I will. Dude. So cute. That's not a cute. That's a good-looking cat. That's one good-looking kitty right there who likes the Trailer Park Boys. Yeah, they're both curled up asleep right next to me. Both of them. Baby girl and the baby boy. It's so cute. We're having a freezing cold day here in New York. I don't know how everyone else is doing. Oh, Barb, that's what my bestie girlfriend's kitty's name is, Tito. I wonder how many Tito's KR had. Like, how do you know about Tito? I'm still on cats, Barb. He's a great cat, too. I take care of him when she's away. Find that episode. You've had enough of the cat talk for today. No more cat talk. Janet. Yeah, I love the Trailer Park Show. I got into it early because my sister-in-law was from Canada. So when they first came to America, they did a stage show and we went, and then they invited everyone out to a bar afterwards. I don't know if everyone, but we went. It was fun. Oh, you sent me a link on X? Okay, great. Well, I'm afraid at the minute I put it up, they're gonna go back to court, but I guess they're late. Thanks, Maestro. Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on one second. I'll share my tab. Thanks, Maestro.
We don't know how Judge Canody is going to decide here if she'll allow Dr. Russell to testify in this retrial. Hypothetical for you, if you were the defense attorney in this case and Judge Canody says she cannot testify, and then maybe you cannot find any other person to say this was a dog bite. What's your strategy? The defense is saying he was attacked inside the Albert home. The dog attacked him then. What's your strategy if she cannot testify?
I'd find myself an expert. There is no such thing as you can't find an expert. My brother Herb, who's a personal injury lawyer, has a joke, and he says,
in your pattern recognition methodology, are there patterns to dog-inflicted wounds from civilian dogs?
Yes.
What are the patterns?
Oh, there are several patterns. There could be just simple abrasions and grouped abrasions. There can be, depending on the depth of the injury, there could be what they call the hole and tear pattern if the teeth penetrated through the skin. There can be a variety of patterns, including parallel lines and others.
Is there support in the medical literature for these patterns and your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Can you name the authors of any peer-reviewed studies supporting the patterns and pattern methodology?
Yes. So the two come to mind right now. And one is written by Demunic and et al. And there's another one with Dr. Pollock et al.
And to help our stellar stenographer, Demunic is DEMUNNYNCK. If you could please turn to exhibit number 33 that is in front of you.
Yes.
Let me know when you have that
I have
exhibit.
it. I have it.
Do you recognize, is this the DeMunich peer-reviewed article that you were just referring to?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do, Dr. Russell, is to point out where in this article there is the rooting of the pattern and pattern methodology, recognition methodology that you've been testifying to. Where is it located? And with the court's permission, I'd like you to read the specific sentences and paragraphs where that methodology is rooted in it.
Tell us first, because if it's a whole page, we're not going to do that.
It's not a whole page, Your
So
Honor.
let's just see
Yeah.
where it is.
Okay, on page 298. The second paragraph on the left-hand side. Okay.
Your Honor, it's not going to be reading a whole page, it's just the portions of this. Is that acceptable
So
to
you
the
can
court?
read a portion of that paragraph, Doctor? Because what you're trying to do is convince me, right? And these are
Understood.
in evidence. So could you tell me where it is, please?
Okay, so left-hand
Right, first
column.
paragraph, second paragraph. Where do
Second
you start?
paragraph. So it's part of the second, the third, and the fourth parts. So it says, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower jaw. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxillar, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed.
And then if you could skip to the next paragraph, because we want to follow the court's direction not to read everything, just trying to focus on the key aspects. Is there something in the next paragraph that also supports it?
Okay, yes. Okay, the above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites.
Can you tell us what that sentence means? And does that sentence have any relation to the concept of pattern recognition?
Yes, it does.
Explain how.
Okay. Well, so they're talking, well, first of all, the previous paragraph was talking about the dentition of the dogs and how there's some variation in the dentition. And then this next sentence says the above features attribute to or relate to or are relevant to the characteristics of what the dog bites would look like.
And then as you continue on in that paragraph, again, not reading every sentence, but is there another part of the paragraph that continues over on to the next page that also supports your testimony that this is talking about pattern recognition methodology?
Yes. So it goes on to say that the puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretch lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to each other, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of the prominent canines, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does what you just read establish the pattern and the pattern recognition methodology for dog bites?
Objection, the objection sustained. Ask the question differently.
What do you conclude from the language you just read with regard to patterns and pattern recognition methodology?
Well, I conclude that patterns are important, and they are what I call highly representative, but they call pathognomonic, meaning that there is nothing else that causes those.
Let's focus on the word, people pronounce it differently,
Yeah.
pathognomonic. What does pathognomonic mean in medicine?
Pathognomonic, to me, I believe it means that you can make a diagnosis based on these factors that are present to the exclusion of any other diagnosis because they are so specific.
So we talked about on your direct, and it was raised on cross, the concept of a differential diagnosis, right?
Yes.
When you have pathognomonic features, is it required to even have a differential diagnosis?
Not really.
Why?
Because the pathognomonic features mean that you have the entity or the condition that that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next two paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
In conclusion, to identify a lesion as a dog bite wound, it should have ragged and irregular wound edges, show multiple parallel linear scratches or drying scuff abrasions, include a puncture wound and sometimes an avulsion with irregular borders resembling a dental arch print.
And could you please, as the last paragraph we'll focus on, read what you consider important in the next paragraph?
The shape of dog bite wounds depends on the size and breed of the dog and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them.
Let's stop there. What does it mean to you when the author says, and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them?
So what that means is that if the bite does not include the full, well, let me back up. What it means is the appearance of the bite will vary depending on whether or not all of the teeth impacted the skin or just some of the teeth impacted the skin.
Please read the next sentence.
Only in ideal circumstances will a complete impression of all frontal teeth be found, and often only a prominent canine impression can be seen.
Is what you just read relevant at all to what you analyzed with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Very relevant.
How?
Because many of those wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were only partial bites. They did not have the complete dentition.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan saying various times that you have no support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is this support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is it direct support for the pattern recognition methodology you have applied in this case?
Yes.
Is there another article? You mentioned two, you mentioned Demunich and Pollock. So let's turn to, and Your Honor, this will be the second and last article.
Okay.
Please turn to Exhibit 34. And is this the Pollak, P-O-L-L-A-K, study that you have mentioned multiple times in your testimony and that's in your report?
Yes.
Please, like we just did with the DeMunich article, please identify the portions of this study that support, you've testified, support your pattern recognition methodology.
Okay.
And let's
Well,
do
start
a
at the beginning.
seriatim from the beginning. Yes,
I'll do it
please.
from the beginning. So, the dog's front, so the first paragraph here.
Okay, the summary?
Yeah, this says summary, yes, summary. In the absence of her parents, a girl of 4 months was killed by a 2-year-old male Rottweiler dog belonging to the same family. The dog's front teeth marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. There seems to be a word or two missing.
No, you missed a word. That's
I
okay.
did.
That's
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pattern of skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth.
Let's stop there. How does the sentence you just read, what's the key component of that sentence that supports your pattern recognition methodology?
That sentence, the pattern of skin lesions.
Now let's go down to the keywords. Is there anything in the keywords that supports and roots your opinion that you've given several times that there's in dog bite wounds on humans, there's a pattern?
Yes, so there's about five or so keywords. One of them is injury pattern.
Why is there a section in many medical studies of key words?
So when you're researching, you can find the articles quickly.
And is there any importance to the use of key words when there is a study published?
Well, yes, because it's a key concept of the paper.
Please proceed to and I know it may take a little bit of time and with the court's permission, to the next section of this article that supports your opinion that there is a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there's a pattern recognition methodology used to discern them.
Well, I think the next significant section would be 3.2.
And what is the title of that section?
Morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean in the medical community?
Basically means form.
And could it mean something in addition to form?
Form, pattern, appearance, yes.
So with regard to morphology section, please identify the sections, the parts of the article under this section that you believe that you have concluded support your opinion of both the existence of patterns and a pattern recognition methodology with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, I go to the second paragraph.
Please read that.
Okay. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors also leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, round pressure marks, or streaky glide marks can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes: oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, interposition of textiles.
What does that mean? I'm going to stop you. What is interposition of textiles in layperson speak, and how, if at all, is that relevant to this case?
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes.
And what clothing specifically was that?
It was a hoodie type sweater.
Please continue reading.
Okay, interposition of textiles, different tooth lengths, tooth loss, form and positional anomalies of the teeth.
And keep reading, please.
On the next page.
Yes.
The spectrum of possible injury forms is extremely diverse. Depending on the type and intensity of local tissue damage, skin contusions with epithelial loss, linear abrasions, tears and/or crush wounds, as well as puncture-like lesions can be distinguished.
Thank you. So, do these studies directly or indirectly support your opinions in this case that there's both a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there is a pattern recognition methodology to discern them?
They do.
And is it direct or indirect support, these studies?
I believe this is direct.
And do you believe it's robust, these studies, or do you believe there's equivocation with regard to pathognomonic features?
No, I think it's robust, and these articles are cited elsewhere.
And are these articles, particularly the Devenish article, is the citation ubiquitous in the medical literature, or is it sporadic? Are there a lot of citations to Devenish in the medical literature, or are there only a few?
There are quite a few.
And do you recall the book that Mr. Brennan showed to you earlier on in the hearing?
Yes.
Does that book cite to Devenish as support for a section in the book?
It does.
Now, there was confusion. You can put those studies to the side for now, Dr. Russell. Thank you. Now, there was some confusion on cross-examination regarding where these articles could be found. Some were looking for them in your CV. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
All right, so I'll strike that part of it. Just go ahead without commentary and just ask the question, please.
Yes.
Redirect.
Sure, I will, Your Honor. Where are the references? Well, are the references to these articles in your CV, or are the references to these articles in your report?
In my report.
During cross-examination, it was stated that you, quote, suggested that you came to your pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people couldn't share with you or report to you the cause of the wound. Is that an accurate statement about how you develop your pattern recognition skills?
I don't know where that statement comes from.
I'm happy to provide it, or I could read
So
it.
let's strike that first part of it.
Okay.
And just ask the question, please. Again, this is redirect, it's not cross-examination.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. Have you ever suggested that you came to pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people wouldn't share with you or report to you the cause of a wound?
No.
Would that be an accurate statement at all about how you develop pattern recognition skills?
No.
And why is that not accurate?
Because pattern recognition skills are again taught in various subjects in medical school. And I actually started even before medical school, but in medical school, they're taught in various subjects and in internship and residency. And that was long before I started interviewing patients, with the dog bites of unknown etiology.
Is pattern recognition common or uncommon in the practice of medicine?
Very common.
Can you please give some examples of pattern recognition and the use of pattern recognition methodology in the practice of medicine?
So I think she already did this before the break, right, doctor?
I mentioned it earlier with pathology, looking at biopsies.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rizzo. This is about you? And so you've heard it, and I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to move on to a different section. You have been asked on cross about whether in your emergency department experiences, well, let me rephrase that. In your emergency department experiences with dog-inflicted wounds, have you ever gone to see the dog in question?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians need to go see the particular dog or any dog in question to determine whether a wound is from a dog as opposed to some other cause?
No.
Do you, Dr. Russell, need to go to the particular dog to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
No.
Have you ever heard of an emergency medicine physician needing to go visit a dog to evaluate and treat a wound from a dog?
No.
Is that a rational proposition?
I don't believe so.
There was much discussion. Well, let me strike this. You were asked a number of questions about whether your testimony here for this hearing and your statements in your report are different from what you testified to in June 18 and June 21 of 2024. What I'd like to do is to compare the two and go through some questions with regard to that. So what I would like to do is to have you have Exhibit 35, which is the transcript of the December 12. Do you have that? It's a thick, it's the December 12, 2024. You should have that.
I do.
Okay. And what I would like you to do is to also have available exhibits 35 and 36 and 37, because that's what we're going to do side by side comparisons. So let's start out with the foundation for this. Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
They're from dog bites, dog attack.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, at the June 2024 voir dire hearing, the claim is that you didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog. So can you please go to tab 36, pages 1-30, line 13 to 1-31, line 1. Stop at 1-31, line 1. These were questions in response to what you were asked on direct by Mr. Jackson. And I would, with the court's permission, like you to read the question in the answer to what you actually testified to at that voir dire hearing. So please go to tab 36.
So can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes.
That wasn't his claim, though, that she didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that it was a dog. It was the fact that she said a reasonable degree. She seemed unsure. That's what Brennan was questioning her about. So it's a little trick on Alessi's part to make it seem like Brennan was challenging her on whether she said it was a reasonable degree of medical certainty that it was a dog. We can go back to Brennan's questioning, but my impression, let me know what your impression was, that she's gotten surer and surer that it's a dog and changed her position in all sorts of ways. Are these the teeth or the paws or the how the bite was, how the scratches on the arm were done? Alessi is just such an innocence fraudster. I mean, this is how they work. I mean, debunking Brennan on something that he never claimed. Here, they are implying the dog was defending its owner during the alleged altercation. I'm just wondering what you guys remember. So is the defense theory that John was both beaten in the house and then put on the lawn, and then no, he was beaten and a dog, even the dog came in on the attack in the house, and then a seasoned detective threw him out in his front lawn, because that's what you want to do when you've just murdered a police officer. Best place to hide a body is on the front lawn. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is absurd. And the fact that Alessi is inserted himself into this, trying to get clients for his law practice, I guess, on this. That's my thought. Just my opinion. Is distasteful at best. And also, let me just also point out that he's also feeding her lines. Was there a great deal of references to this thing in the book, or just a little bit of references? Oh, there was a great deal of references. Was it a very large thing or a very small thing? I mean, he's just feeding her testimony. And I would think Judge Cannone has had enough of this and has let him indulge himself enough. And I would think she's saying, you got to cut this short, and you're testifying for him. So when I'm talking about Alessi, I'm talking about Robert Alessi, Karen Reed's new pro bono lawyer, number 4, but the only one who's doing this pro bono. Oh, Miss Lisa put her corgis in the profile pic. See, Miss Lisa. Whoop, sorry. Hold on. Getting that. Oh, so cute. Love it. They have changed the narrative quite a lot. Karen Reed has changed the narrative. She said that John O'Keefe walked in the front door or the side door, depending on the interview she's giving. She saw him. She didn't see him. She was looking down at her phone. He waved to her. I mean, all sorts of crazy stuff. but people have bought it. I mean, incredible.
Yes.
Dr. Russell, could you, first of all, do you recall in questions on cross the claim by Mr. Brennan or the statement in his question by Mr. Brennan that you did not express certainty in response to Judge Cannoni's question about the certitude of your opinion? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall? Well, let's go and look exactly at what you said in response to the question that Mr. Brennan raised, that was raised by the judge. If you could turn to Exhibit 36. And if you could read page 1-51, lines 10 through 23. I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. Bear with me, I want to give you the correct citation. I want you to go to, did I say 37? I wanted to say 36. Did I say 36?
You said 36, but you said page 151. You might have meant page 131.
Right. That's what I want to go to, Your Honor, which I will. Okay. Bear with me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is going to be one of only 2 questions in this area.
You may have meant page 130. That's where we started before we came to sidebar.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to do is to get to Your Honor's question. That's what I'm going to pull out.
My question was on page 151.
I'm sorry?
My question was on page 151.
150. Thank you, Your Honor.
151.
Can you go to page 151 and read the questions from the court, Judge Cannoni, and what your answers were?
Yes, from line 10. The court, question. I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion? Answer, yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches. Question, do you know what kind of animal? Answer, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very reasonable, very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty. Very sure, high degree of medical certainty. Question, reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer, yes, definitely. Question, and another question.
No, that's
it.
That's it. Yep. Now, to be fair and accurate, has your opinion that the wounds to the right arm of the decedent were caused by a large dog attack strengthened from June of 2024 until now?
They have.
Why?
Well, because between then and now, my opinions have been challenged.
And as any good doctor would do, they go back and reevaluate what they base their opinions on. And I did that. I reevaluated. I looked at the pictures again, the evidence again. I looked at peer review studies, and I was convinced that I was correct.
And had you looked at, well, what caused you to go look at the peer-reviewed studies? What were you doing?
Well, so I looked at the peer review studies, and I periodically would do that throughout my whole career in terms of dog bites. But I looked at the peer review studies again because I was asked, why I didn't write a report, and so I was asked to write a report.
Were you asked to write a report before in June of 2024?
No.
But you were asked to write a report after June of 2024.
Correct.
Now let's go to is this what doctors and scientists do? Go back and analyze a matter, especially when maybe there's a challenge, another doctor is a question, there's a peer review process, whatever it is that something that's common or uncommon in the medical community?
That's very common.
I only have a few more questions, Your Honor. I'm just looking at them to conclude. On cross, you were asked about whether you were aware of or whether you saw a need to peer review your opinions and conclusions in this matter. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that necessary?
No.
Why not?
Because first of all, there was no question in my mind that these were from dog bites.
And are there any persons that you're aware of in the entire country who have experience with emergency medicine and forensic pathology that you could even send it to for a peer review?
No, and that was the other issue is I wouldn't even know who to send it to because I don't know of anybody with such experience.
I am going to, let's assume hypothetically that Mr. Walsh has stated that these injuries do not photographically appear to be described as puncture bite wounds and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are unspecific. Abrasions occur in body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skin knee. Do you find that analysis sufficient to evaluate whether the bite wounds in this, the wounds from the right arm of the right arm of the decedent are from a dog or not?
No.
Why not?
Well, clearly that person, whoever wrote that, didn't even recognize the pattern. And so thus couldn't really even make that opinion and just didn't recognize the features.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, do the facts that are used in any way support the conclusion that is stated?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or can you answer whether they do or they don't? Do the facts stated in that hypothetical support the conclusion that is made in that statement?
Actually, they don't.
Assume the same person said a vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Would you agree or disagree with that statement? Or the conclusion? Would you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
Would you please read it again?
Sure.
Sorry.
A vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree up to the point, the mention of the taillight.
But what is it that you agree with in that statement?
Well, I agree to the part that says that that it was insufficient to cause the injuries, the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, aside from that hypothetical question, what is your opinion of whether a motor vehicle caused the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Motor vehicle did not cause.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Are you aware that only microscopic pieces of plastic were found in the hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe as opposed to, quote, littered, end quote, aspects?
I am.
Are you aware of any evidence of littering of pieces of plastic or glass in the hoodie of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you aware that there was pig DNA found on the decedent? Are you aware?
Not on the decedent.
On any aspects of the decedent's clothing?
Yes.
Do you know, from your experience, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds, your many emergency room evaluations and treatments of them, whether or in your knowledge of dogs and dog dentition in general, are you aware of whether dogs eat any type of food or treat that has pig in it?
I'm aware that dogs, some dogs eat treats that have the pig chews and other kinds of chews. So yes, they do. Some dogs do eat things that contain pig.
Your Honor, just if you will, a point of information. I believe I'm done with my questions, and the reason why I say I believe I'm
Why
done.
don't you come to Sidebar instead of having
Okay.
discussion across the court?
Judge Cannoni, as I called the first sidebar, has had it with Robert Alessi's long questioning. Also, his trying to bamboozle the court with a question with a false premise that Brennan said that challenged Marie Russell on the fact that she never said that it was to a degree of medical certainty that a dog attacked John O'Keefe. The fact, when in fact what he was challenging Marie Russell, what Brennan was challenging Marie Russell on, was her demeanor and unsure position, and how it's become more and more and how it's changed and become more and more certain as Robert Alessi has helped her. So I think so first thing back, he comes back and his question has changed to Dr. Russell about her degree of medical certainty, and then about the dog bite, and he makes her read from that embarrassing hearing that we had pre-trial to include or exclude Marie Russell as a defense expert, where she couldn't get the wording for high degree of medical certainty. Yes, definitely. But the fact that Alessi keeps referring to John O'Keefe as the decedent is disgusting and
Right,
not the victim.
Recross examination.
Defense theory is still a victim.
You need a moment?
I'm holding Mr. Brennan up. I just
That's
want to
okay.
move my stuff, and I'll be ready in a moment.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Alessi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. Do you remember? He just asked you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent John O'Keefe was documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the optical skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with, among other things, a backwards fall, unprotected falls due to various reasons, and known to result in serious craniocerebral injuries resulting in death. Other mechanisms of injury cannot be excluded. Do you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to do it.
Do you agree with that part that you didn't hear of Mr. Walsh's opinion?
Yes.
The documented changes in color, swelling of soft tissue around the eyes are most consistent with the medical finding of periorbital ecchymosis, as documented in the autopsy report. Periorbital ecchymosis is a passive accumulation of blood around the eyes secondary to the documented skull fractures. These findings are less consistent with and are not documented as contusions of the eyes. The 1 centimeter laceration of the right upper eyelid, laceration of the anterior right tongue, and abrasion of the anterior and left aspect of the nose are documented, considered nonspecific, and may have occurred to a variety of mechanisms. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand were documented. The hand injuries may represent an injury sustained during an unprotected fall in which the back of the hand impacts the ground. These hand injuries are nonspecific and may have resulted from impact of hand with any blunt object. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, but there are other mechanisms.
Okay. When you talked about those articles that Mr. Alessi had you read, there is nothing that details what pattern recognition analysis is, the specificity which you are looking for when you're looking for a wound, does it?
I disagree.
Okay. When you looked at that Exhibit 5, if you could pull that up, you said individually, none of those wounds could you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty were caused by a dog. It's only if you looked at them collectively.
Yes.
Okay. When you look at those collectively, it does not tell you the order in which the wounds were incurred, does it?
No.
It doesn't tell you if they're all incurred at the same time, does it?
They were occurred around the same time, I can tell you that.
Yes. But they don't tell you the order, the chronology, do they?
No.
No. In fact, when you look at the studies that you introduced with Mr. Alessi, let's talk about the Munich one very quickly. There's a chart, page 298. It talks about the things you would want to do to identify a wound. It talks about scene investigation, doesn't it, in the chart, table 2?
That's a fatal case, though.
Scene investigation is something you would look for?
That's in a fatal case caused by a dog. The cause of death was the dog.
This whole thing is, the whole excerpt is a fatal case that you're relying on to this pattern recognition analysis. This whole article is about a fatal case,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying.
Right. And in this fatal case that you're relying on to say this pattern recognition analysis, it points out scene investigation is the priority, doesn't it?
I think you misunderstand. The focus of that article is to identify the dog that caused the fatal injury. In this particular case, I don't believe any of those are fatal injury. That is not the purpose of the identification of those injuries.
Does the chart also say examination of the victim?
Excuse me?
Examination of the victim. Does it also say examination of the victim?
I don't have it in front of me anymore,
Well,
but
you relied on it. You don't remember
Yes.
this?
I think we have it. You don't have it?
do I have it? Oh, yeah, give me a minute. Okay,
Table 2,
okay.
page 98, examination of the victim. You did not examine the victim, did you?
Table 2.
Yes,
No.
table 2, page 90. And the last part is examination of the,
I examined photos.
the last part is examination of the dog. You did not examine Chloe, did you?
No.
Okay, so the 3 things in the table it tells you to do, you didn't do any 3 of those, not one of them.
Those, again, the purpose of this article was about the fatal, how to, the forensic approach to a fatal dog attack. We did not have a fatal dog attack here.
You didn't do any of those 3 things, did you?
No.
Okay. The shards in the sleeve, exactly where those wounds are, same area, same limb, right? The
That's what you
shards.
say.
How many shards were in that sweater?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm sorry, you said that's what you say, doctor? Is that what?
Yeah,
is
and
that what
he
Jen
said,
says?
Mr. Brennan said that the shards were in the exact same location as those wounds.
Okay,
And
let me
that's what he
rephrase that. The shards in the right arm of the sweater, the shards from the taillight that was shattered,
Yes.
those shards, how many were there? How many
I
microscopes?
believe there were only a couple.
Why do you believe there were only a couple? Where did you read that?
This is what I was told
This is you were told by who?
by defense.
Oh, so instead of looking at the actual criminalistics report, you simply rely on what they tell you to base your facts?
That's what I was told, yes.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to actually look at the criminalistics report and make your own determination objectively and medically rather than regurgitate a point of the defense?
Well, I was told, this morning you said that the sleeve was littered with glass. And I was told that it was not littered.
I see. Have you ever looked at that criminalistics report for
I'd be
yourself?
happy to do so now.
I'm asking if you've ever looked at it before you offered this opinion.
No.
No. If the glass shards were in that sweater in the arm, and we know glass can cause a hole in a sweater, in a fabric, can puncture it, and it can cause an abrasion to skin. Have you done any tests or studies to rule out that the broken taillight that was in the arm sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe, did you do any studies to rule out that it didn't cause those injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The glass shards would not have caused all the round wounds in the sweater. Those holes. The defects in the sweater mostly were round. They were not slit-like defects that I would expect with glass or plastic.
You're telling us that a sharp piece of glass cannot cause a hole to a sweater.
No, I didn't say that.
I-
I said they would not, especially on multiple sites, the same exact type wound,
Well-
defect.
If the glass was shattered and the glass had a number of pointy edges, wouldn't you agree with me that can cause a number of punctures in somebody's arm if the glass went into the arm and then came out?
Yes, but they wouldn't look like that.
You don't have any past case of history to suggest what the glass shards would look like randomly when they hit somebody, do you?
That's incorrect. I have seen hundreds of motor vehicle accident victims who have been cut by glass. They don't look like that.
So from your perspective, the glass just remained dormant in the sweater but never protruded through the sweater and caused the abrasions. That's your opinion?
I didn't say
Your
that.
Honor, could we have a sidebar on this? Sure.
I have no further questions.
Oh, a sidebar at the end. It was nice to see Paul O'Keefe smiling, and the O'Keefe crew, John O'Keefe supporters, smiling as Marie Russell gets absolutely eviscerated at the end, as Hank Brennan likes to do. Last time, one of the questions nearer the end was, who helped you with your report? She said, Mr. Alessi. And someone was bringing up a great point in the comments. I just want to bring it up one more time. Hold on one second. I can't find it now, but she said that she didn't know. Here you go, Taylor. Thank you, Taylor. Earlier, she said she never knew about the taillight shards. Now she's been told by the defense that there were only a few. Damaging. I still think Judge Cannone might let her in a limited view, but
Dr. Russell,
I
I'm
wouldn't.
referring to these shards, and I've said glass shards in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater. A more accurate way to define it would be that these were plastic shards, the plastic covering of the taillight, not glass. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, you are all set.
We're done?
We're done. You're done. We're not done. You're done. You can step down, Doctor.
Thank
okay?
you.
I mean, I'm biased towards the prosecution, so of course I would.
If counsel really can keep your, Mr. Lessie, if counsel really can keep your arguments to 15 or 20 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to pull them together, 5 or 10 minutes to pull them together.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I really
All right.
can't keep the arguments. to 15
All right, so I'll be back out at 3:15.
All rise, please.
Okay, we're coming back in 10 minutes. Pretty telling comment from Judge Cannone. If you really can keep your remarks to less than 15 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes. So did you just say something like that? But I don't know. I think that Judge Cannone has had it with this witness. I don't know. I think there's a good chance of her getting totally thrown out. My sense is that I don't know. If I had to bet, I'd guess that she's getting thrown out. And Richard Green, I don't think has a good shot either, at least to testify about what they're calling the 227 search that really happened at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. I thought that was a well-written argument that I read yet last night. If you guys caught the It's Not Easy Being Green, Richard Green episode I did. Thanks, Janet Gardner, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. These streams are entirely supported by you guys, so I appreciate that. But all I can think about is how often I eat bacon, and I would have a lot of pig DNA on me. I've been eating bacon and eggs for breakfast almost every day now. Lord knows if there's any dispute how I passed. Wild boar, possibly. I was just surprised they never went that way. Went into it was a wild boar that attacked him migrating in the snow to a warmer climate. It's just getting that absurd. And I just want to talk about Alessi's language one more time. There's a reason why they changed the language. Instead of calling John O'Keefe the victim, calling him the descendant, as if he just passed away from old age. When we're in a second-degree murder trial, or we're going into a second-degree murder retrial here, And that, what the meaning is to just have people not feel bad for John O'Keefe and to freeze out any feelings of sympathy for the O'Keefe family in order to make his client, Karen Reed, look more likable. And to me, I really do not like Alessi. He comes off as a major innocence fraudster. I don't think Judge Cannoni cared for his changing of the question around, well, Mr. Brennan saying you never said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. That wasn't the issue. He was saying you didn't seem sure when you said it. Very different. I don't think she took well to that. You couldn't have missed it. Because it's one of the things that sticks out the most, because I don't think it's the only time that I've ever seen an expert not know the correct language to use. So the judge had to prompt her and say, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, yeah, definitely. It looked so bad for her. It was such a bad look for Marie Russell. Boundless Millennial puts it in his videos all the time, that clip, over and over again. I can see why. She looks like someone who just really wandered off the street, which is what she is. Someone who inserted herself into a high-profile trial. Might not know how to take care of you at the ER if you've injured yourself. But identifying, it's just interesting that she's using, identifying dog bite wounds or identifying wounds is very similar to me saying I'm a cat specialist. I'm a cat expert. I have tons of hands-on everyday experience with cats. I've lived with them my whole life. I'm much more qualified than someone with a degree in forensic veterinary science, because I have the hands-on experience with the cats. She's saying, well, I know because I've seen so many different ones. But I think the key question that Brennan asked was, can you tell us of one time when you weren't told, or they couldn't tell you because she made a big to-do of it in direct? There's sometimes because of language barriers. I'm sure Alessi added that in. Language barriers. So there's no one to translate Spanish in California hospital, in a large hospital. Or other languages that they couldn't tell me they've been bit by a dog. They couldn't sign language or communicate. They couldn't draw a dog on a piece of paper for me to tell me what happened. And I had to figure out what kind of animal it was. Well, when she was asked to bring up one specific case, she couldn't do it. That was so key to me. And today I'm sure it was bugging her, because today she said, well, it was because I don't remember the names of the patients. No one was asking you to name the patients. All they were asking you to do was like, oh, hey, I'll tell you about a time. This guy came in and he was a deaf mute and he kept pointing to his arm. And I had to figure out it was a snake bite or a dog bite, or it actually was a dog bite, right? And we looked and it didn't look like a snake bite, didn't look like a possum bite, didn't look like a cat bite, but I could tell by this, that, and the other, the two canines had made a mark in his arm. That's all Hank Brennan was asking her to do. But she's a total fraud. She's been lying under oath, in my opinion, and making things up and exaggerating her expertise. She's a highly narcissistic woman who thinks she knows as much as a Jim Crosby with a with a PhD in this stuff. And she says, well, is he a doctor, a medical doctor? No, he's got a PhD. And he's testified in a zillion trials. I don't know. What are you thinking, Patty? I don't know. If you want to, I don't know if you're working, Patty, but if you want to come on, I'll email you the link right now if you want to come on and just chit chat. We'll have an epic reunion. I don't know if you're busy though. Hold on, let me just send you let me email you a link. I don't even know if she's still around. Anyway, I'm really glad that Judge Cannoni put an end to this because I thought that you're at Waffle House. Okay. Sounds good. I'm jealous. So I'm really glad she shut him down because it looked like he was going to go all day for sure. Leslie, if you give him, remember when he said he had an hour left and he went on for 4 more hours or to the end of the day practically? Here's Patty. Hey, Patty.
Hey, I'm at Waffle House.
You're on the air. You're on the air.
My bacon just got delivered.
Do you have pig DNA on you now? Are you going to be a... Good for you. So what are you thinking of this hearing? This is Patty's from
Hold on 1
Patty's
second.
Playhouse.
Let me go out. Let me go out to the outside for a minute.
Coming live from the Waffle House.
Can you imagine? Don't make me snort. Now I'm in the parking lot. Hold on. What do I think about what?
Back.
These
stay
psycho.
tuned. Yeah, this crazy. I mean, you're a nurse.
I didn't get to watch the whole thing because I was
Did
working
council have
in
enough time to
between.
pull your thoughts
But
together?
what I heard was incredible.
Hold on one
All right,
second. They're
Mr.
coming
Brennan,
back
it's your motion, so
for
I
the
will hear
last
you.
argument. If you want to hang out a second.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to start with a couple of very important cases for your Honor's consideration. The first is one out of the District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case authored by Judge Gardner. It had to do with a soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there is an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion of a so-called match. The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, it's not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be
some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study, so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough, because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA, where a person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book. She doesn't have a study that teaches her how to. She never took a training. She never took a class. She never got a degree or certificate. She's looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there's nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions of asking her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity, what is the standard, and we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Commonwealth versus Retrial, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill. And this is, could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that we reported as dog bites, a person with their past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Rinaldi about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or a particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs methodology. In Rinaldi, pardon?
Retrial.
Thank you. In Rinaldi, direct the court to page 39. And it talks about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem, why this case was reversed, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. They cite Campbell versus Franceschi. Probably saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience, to which the expert referred, might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out a methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology,
classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard or methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack. No basis, no reason why we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is you have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites and they're not scratches, and she's changed her, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she was allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and they, later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support, and she does not. There is no doubt about one thing, she has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to your honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the admissibility, none. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything, it's a dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is any way similar to wound 2. It would have had to be a baby dog or a different dog or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or tension or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from a scratch. None.
We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved, but yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this, none. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches. All 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides, or maybe there was a 4-point canine in the smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again, you can simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move, it can change the angle, the depth, the canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack, but then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim it's a dog bite. Not just that there was no opportunity and that there was no dog that touched him, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA or manipulation, or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the criminalistic reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there is no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free rein of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support as a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that. Because when you look at those different wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites individually, you can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value. So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does nothing for us. Using the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government why you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the opinion on dog bites, she is in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding to car accidents. She may have been a police officer, she treats injuries at the hospital. She is not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done a reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe. She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box. She didn't consider the speed. She doesn't know the angle of the collision. She doesn't know what Mr. Keefe was doing in his last moments. She has no idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be, and it's consistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality and say this couldn't have been a car collision. It's funny that as an emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanics of injury based on what people tell her. If they come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog, they rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I clipped him. Maybe I hit him in the knee. Maybe he dropped his phone. Whatever the statements were. All the various statements. An expert like her, if she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanic injury. So for her to take the stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact, it's repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country who can even do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. And as much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps, as you'll see in some of the literature, of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done molds. And she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every posturing angle that may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the methodology. Her willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA. There is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence. And she can't describe any methodology because there is none. And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not let that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. The greatest danger to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side. That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it? It doesn't exist. I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced. It's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I marked it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing. The January 20th transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard. So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law. Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Ritola case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent, because what does Ritola stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony. What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm. I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vale that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified, to me, is 100% in her favor, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified. And that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry? After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job and province of a jury, to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the focus of this hearing, why are we here? The second prong is the methodology. Mr. Brennan, 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. Munich and Pollock. And we walked through, with your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition. And Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the Munich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound. And he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross. Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Munich, say that pattern is pathognomonic. You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did, because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, this is on Westlaw page 10, The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert, Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case we cite, Brinker, that Mr. Brennan didn't address is a federal court case in Indiana where same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases. Mr. Brennan's hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more complicated. We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case, and I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case. I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case. I've already given you 2, but a firearm examiner in that case. The court said, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience, read on, to determine reliability. All right? So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever. And in the 2 cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for what the position is of the defense with regard to methodology, and that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it, and the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense could put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor has required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts. I also, Your Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, or excuse me, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with Your Honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now, a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it. I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. to me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it and sustained it and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover a couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to, the Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination. As Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunich and Pollock. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology of reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident. And she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Corcoran. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied, beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Okay. Thank you. We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is, and also, I don't know if it's documented, but I filed a notice to the court regarding my concerns about ARCA witnesses, and the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date, and I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
All right. So let's set a date for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing. You mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can
Well, I can't-
set
I
it,
can't do it tomorrow.
or, well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr.
No,
Jackson?
we just
Then-
got this on January 31st.
Okay,
We've not had an opportunity to respond to
just
it.
December 31st, probably.
What did I say?
January.
Yes. New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect
Okay.
to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple of weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're sticking with that April 1st trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
You know, so what I'm saying is file your paperwork.
Okay.
All right, we'll set a date for a hearing.
Okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them
Okay,
on
that-
Mondays or
that's fine.
Fridays for you,
Misunderstood.
thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so.
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all council have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in
Right.
our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just that you said you're filing.
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
What did you file a notice of, you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARCA witness failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay.
It's compliance with Rule 14.
Okay, so
Notably,
that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that I'm supposed to expect next week.
Okay.
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
Okay.
May we be seen briefly at time
Sure.
about scheduling?
Thank you, CJ5, 65 CJ5 for the super sticker. Appreciate it. So it looks like we're not going to get a decision today. But as I thought, she was pretty much demolished. I'd be surprised now if she's allowed to testify. I didn't find Alessi particularly convincing, but of course, I have an opinion about this case, so maybe it's my bias. Jean DRZ, thanks so much for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Sorry we lost Patty. I was all ready to bring up her theme song that I wrote for her. Oh, you're backstage? Oh, Patty. Yay! Patty, are you home?
I needed to stop that camera.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. I was just watching this crazy. Did you listen to at all to the? I know you were kind of traveling, but did you listen at all to Alessi's passionate argument?
Yes. I mean,
What
if
did
you have to say all those words to convince someone of something, it's too much. I'm a salesperson who says very little when I sell. You say what you need to say and you leave. It was ridiculous.
It wasn't. I knew he was going to hit the fair trial thing, and absolutely, it's her right to have a expert with no methodology, and it just basically has an opinion based on something she read in the paper. I mean, just how did she know she would be helpful to the defense if she hadn't really? She just read the article. You know what I mean?
The last few minutes of Hank Brennan's questioning to her was absolutely embarrassing for her.
Wasn't it good? I know, wasn't it good?
Embarrassing. I don't know how legally she can. I mean, he was right when he was doing his closing. She was trying to present this before a court with someone's innocence or guilt is well proven or not. And I just don't know how legally she can do that. And keep her license. It's embarrassing to any medical professional.
And did you get the feeling also that Brennan was also speaking to the Free Karen readers too out there about the dog bite? I felt there was a moment where I felt like he was saying, look at the amount of plastic. He called it glass and then corrected himself, plastic shards from the taillight in his clothing. There's no evidence at all of a dog bite at all. The guy never got in the home. This is wholly made up.
Those scratches were so
what did you
clean.
think about that?
They were so clean, and it just cannot be a dog that large. It would tear the skin. It's not going to be such a clean edge. It just isn't. On a man who's inanimate. I mean, he's laying there still. The dog would have at him. He's
right. I guess they're saying
you know what I mean? Like the dog is just going to eat like a dog would eat. There would be licks, bites, saliva, everything. You watch your dog eat. Oh, like people are like, I don't give my dog pork. Well, I do. And watch your dog eat a piece of bacon. I mean, my dog will go at it, even if it's just a little bit.
Right.
A man is inanimate. He's not moving.
Clear the
So how is
31st
that?
will be
I don't
oral
know.
argument.
Hold on, they're just giving the dates.
And if there's
hold
an
on 1 second.
evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day. And February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you. Court, all right, please.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, that's the end of that.
It's a shame that
Wait,
I don't
hold
believe
on.
that Ray Hughes, the podcaster's into this trial. But if he was, he does the animations. And it would be a fabulous animation to try and figure out the dog versus the bite. But I just think the man was
The
inanimate.
dog
He
versus
was
the
laying
bite, or mean the versus the
Well, how a
the dog
dog would
versus the bite, or
approach
the dog versus
a
the
human.
car?
Well, I mean, are they saying he was? She's saying, or I heard her say, that the bites obviously did not kill him. She said that today.
Correct,
So was
right?
he?
They're just saying.
Was he about frozen, or was he? Was it fresh as soon as he fell down?
No, it was in the home. So they were all
Oh,
beating
well,
up
that
on
didn't
him, and
happen
even
at
the
all.
dog got into
I mean,
it.
there's just no way that happened in that house. He wasn't upright and that
That's
happened.
their
That just
theory.
didn't happen. Just didn't happen.
But if you look at Boundless Millennial has put the car, certain parts of the car and the broken taillight to his injuries, and they fit very nicely the way he's done it. Just if you look at some of his short videos. Hold on one second. I just want to play your theme song quickly. This is talking to Patty from Patty's Playhouse. And we need to play her theme song. I have so many versions of it because I was practicing editing, hopefully. I don't know which one's improved, corrected, or improved, hopefully better. Hold on.
Hey girl, you going downtown? No girl, I'm running home. Turn my schedule upside down. Patty's in a playhouse, known as a clink. Patty's gonna talk about it all. Katie's boobs when you're smug, and the whole kitchen sink. Gonna turn on YouTube. Get down and dirty in the chat. Patty's the realest woman in true crime. She will tell it like it is. Trolls don't even bother. She'll quash you with a few words. I'm telling you, the lady is a whiz. She don't need no hype. She don't tell no lies. So smash that like, hit that subscribe. Patty's in a playhouse, man, it's a whole vibe. Hey Patty, what's up in your playhouse?
There you go.
I have never seen that.
I sent it to you. I'm pretty sure. Hold
The
on.
video? I've never
Yeah.
seen it. Aw. I have to stop moving my mouth like I'm bewitched. I watched
thought
that.
it was
I'm like,
cute.
what are you doing with your mouth, lady?
And I don't know. It was,
I do this like twerking thing with my.
are you really? Maybe I'm speeding it up. Maybe I sped it up. I don't know what. I was just having.
No, I do it with my mouth. I just have never seen myself do it with my mouth.
I thought it was cute.
See
I
my
don't
big head there,
know. It
it's
was so much. So, what are you talking about on your show? I mean, what's coming up and what's going on in
have
true crime? It seems kind of
nothing.
slow now, right?
I have nothing. I've been just complaining about another YouTuber for weeks.
I saw that one of those shows. It was good. It was
I know, but
interesting,
it's
right?
old
You're
for
kidding.
me. I mean, she does keep refreshing it though. I was looking at Corey Richens' property.
Oh, that's
the
a
home that they
super
lived
interesting
in, and then
case,
the
isn't it?
mansion, the unfinished mansion that they closed on right when he was murdered. And then I've been working on the Alexander brothers, the gang rapists, and their mother. Good night.
I don't know that case. The
Orly
Alexander
Alexander.
case.
So it's, I'm going to say it wrong, as people have already told me, but it's Oren and Alon. They're
Oh, I know
Jewish,
them.
Israeli.
I know them. Yes.
Yeah.
Because my friend said to me, we don't need any more Jewish.
I know.
You
But
know,
it fascinates me because they were so young when they sold. They were the buyer's agent for Ken Griffin's penthouse. I think it was 7 years ago. And that was it was 238 million in New York City. It was the largest sale. How did they get to know him? How did they get there? How? And it's just how they went from Douglas Elliman to their own. What is incorrect is they are not realtors. They are real estate agents, but they're not members of the National Association, the grifting of the National Association of Realtors. So they're not members, which is another story. It is, yeah, they're just real estate agents on their own. They have Florida licenses, but they're inactive. So they primarily work New York. The brother and the mother own that security company, which I think is how they were able to, transport those girls, women, from one country to another and another state to another. And then it's horrific, the crime. There was a lawsuit back in June. The victim and the plaintiff, she's both a victim and a plaintiff. Her name's Angela Parker. And her story is horrific.
They had a whole operation. Were they charging? Was it just for their own?
Well, they would just find pretty girls on Instagram.
They weren't traffic. I mean, I know they have trafficking charges, but were they?
I mean, the
trafficking
trafficking to me is
themselves.
Trafficking to me was they took them from one state to another. It's not like they're going down to Guatemala and buying a bunch of girls and bringing them up. They were very specific, but they were transporting from one state and a country to another. I think one was the Bahamas. And they would find pretty girls on Instagram and woo them and then rape them, have their way. I mean, to me, it's torture. It's beyond rape. And
that's like how the Tate brothers work.
Yes.
I mean, they're on charges in
That's
Romania.
probably where they learned it.
Trafficking, and they would just make these women, they'd find them on Instagram and make them slaves, basically, on what is that OnlyFans site and other stuff like that.
Oh,
and
do
they
they
get them
do
plastic
that?
surgery, and they'd have a
I was
whole
going to
house
start an
and a whole
OnlyFans
system
for
to
me.
bring
I was
them
going to
in.
start an OnlyFans account for my kneecaps. Some big girl, some thick girl, we'll call her thick because it's your channel, but she was thick, and she was like, just to see if it would work, she put her kneecaps on OnlyFans and made like $5,000.
Oh, wow, that's impressive.
I
That's
don't want to be
inventive.
accused of trafficking, so maybe I won't.
Well,
But-
Jeri De Matteo from The Sopranos because she couldn't work because she didn't want to get the jab. So she went on OnlyFans with just sort of very tasteful, sort of racy. I mean, that's the way she presents it in her 60 Minutes interview. I haven't seen her.
I gotta watch that now.
Right. She's like, she's not naked, she says. I don't know. I haven't, whatever. But it supported her. She was going to lose her house and everything. So.
Yeah, good for her. I mean, I have no problem with it as long as people are consenting.
Right.
I mean, my kneecaps are my kneecaps.
Right.
Not me.
But gosh, the Tate brothers, they're going, their Alexander brothers should take note because they're going down for everything, it looks like. So
and the one guy was just coming home from his honeymoon.
Yeah. Oh, the Alexander brothers?
Their partner, there was a fourth guy, and he was coming home from his honeymoon. He didn't get a federal charge. He only got a state charge. And supposedly the rape was 8 years ago. But the mother was blowing them kisses in the courtroom. She's another Donna Adelson.
That's Corey Richin too. Like, can we talk about her mother? Do you think she killed her lover, her female lover? That's been going around. That's been brought up in that case.
I was at the real estate end of it. I haven't looked at the mother.
I think the mother's really interesting because her interviews, certainly she's an apologist for her daughter. It seems like an apologist for her daughter, and seems like, I got the impression looking at the interviews, but of course they're edited, so I could have the wrong impression, certainly, that her mother was giving her some handy advice about how to do it. It seems like they're cut from the same psychopathic cloth. I have to get back to Corey Richins. I've been meaning to do an episode about it. Is
Well,
her
the father's
is
passed
she going to trial
away.
soon?
The father's passed away, and the husband's name's Eric, I believe. His sister is a pit bull. She is everything that I wish the O'Keeffes were. She is making sure she went through and made sure that Corey doesn't have a pot to piss in when she's done. The houses, the estate, she is sued for everything because she was the executor. She let no dog lie. Pun intended.
The O'Keeffes have a civil suit, but I agree with you in that I wish they would get out and give interviews, or had given interviews as a family, because it's so powerful. You know, when I was really fighting Julius Jones, they were trying to free him from death row in Oklahoma, and Kim Kardashian, a bunch of them. The victim's family really got out in front and gave interviews as a family, and the power of it was incredible. Unfortunately, Kim Kardashian called Donald Trump at the last minute, and he commuted his sentence, got the governor to commute his sentence to life. And then he started making, like, I don't think he's still making the same kind of money, but he was making $30,000 a month, Julius Jones, from behind prison bars, selling stuff. So
depending on the state you're in, that's not legal.
Right.
So,
but they never do anything either. Right. They never do anything. They never use those laws.
I know they don't.
It's frustrating to me. You know, it also lawyers just flagrantly, you know, what do I say? Flaunt, break the rules of the court in our face, and nothing's done. So I applaud you for actually, you know, taking note
I'll say his name.
Right.
Well, all we know is they're investigating that. Like,
Thank God that you.
Go ahead. There's no update on that investigations. I check.
Yeah, but Paul's house family was fantastic in the Julius Jones when they gave interviews, and it's just the power of it cannot be underestimated. When you give, you know, people have. I get frustrated by it, but people feel sympathy for what's in front of them, and what's in front of them all the time is, unfortunately, Karen Reed, and she just has done interview after interview. And did you get wind of the Vanity Fair article?
Yeah, I just find
a piece, but I would call it.
I'd rather read an article than listen to a voice. She grates on me.
Yeah, that's true. The journalist moved in with her for 3 days.
Rage.
Isn't she?
She has that rage in her throat. When she came out of the courtroom last time, I guess it was earlier when they were doing another hearing, it was about the reporters, and she wanted all of that. Brennan was asking for the full tapes, and she came out guns a-blaring, like she was going to attack that reporter who just happened to be standing there on the steps saying that you have malfeasance. Well, that's not even the proper word. And she just enraged.
Isn't it? Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Which is a government word. But
if that's true, then you're all malfeasant for not reporting but they don't. They join in on these. It's a better story to say that Karen Reed is wrongfully accused and maybe wrongfully convicted, and they all sort of fall in line. I mean, my frustration is not just with lawyers and the wrongful conviction movement, but with these journalists who sell these stories to the public because it's a better story than rightfully accused, rightfully convicted person. And that's where the awards are and the big money. And so they're happy to make podcasts. And I mean, this woman, Patty, I don't know if you heard me, but she moved in with Karen Reed for 3 days, the journalist. to write the article.
No.
Moved into her home.
She sold that home for like $825, a little bit less than she listed it for. So it's
Wasn't that a
closed.
creepy house? Have you seen her house?
Yeah, I saw it. I
Cameron's house?
showed it.
It's so
All
creepy.
the pictures was clean now. She didn't have a dirty shower like Wendy trying to sell
No,
it.
that's true. It was clean. It was very clean, but it was so creepy. It was not, there was a big bar, and that was sort of like, it was almost like an altar, her bar, to worship at. Her giant bar about all.
That was the home of a single woman under the age of 50. Like it was dressed much. Just with, it was just really hard to believe that was a single woman's home under the age.
No life in it, no personal
Nothing.
effects, no pictures, and no feeling of any kind of originality or personality or feeling or warmth. It was just the coldest place, sterile, cold. Looked like everything was just bought new and kind of fit in there. Bought like almost like a guy's, some guys you're just like, get me a chair, get me a couch, put them all together. That's what it felt like.
Or it was staged with someone else's
Oh,
stuff.
that's true. It could have been staged. True. Good point. Good
I think
point.
some of it was hers, but she may have taken a lot of hers out. I don't know where she's living now. I'd be interested to know.
Do you do that staging, Patty?
Yes, we do. Every listing we have, we stage.
What do people want to see in those listings?
In our stage listings?
Yeah, like what is something that I don't know.
Well, we stage it. I mean, some would say it's overstaged, but my business partner Scott, just like our office, I mean, it is staged. When people walk into one of our listings, they believe someone is living there. It's fully, we put robes and slippers in the bathroom. It's staged. Like, it's beautiful. Hers was more like your average stager, is what I was thinking. There was no personality. Everything Scott touches has personality to it. And it's not all one look. It's kind of mix match more. He calls it traveled, so that it looks like it's lived in, that you acquired items from your life. And her home didn't appear like that to me.
No, it looked like it was bought from IKEA, kind of. Seagate one. Thanks for becoming a member. I mean, doesn't it look like it's just IKEA or something sterile? I don't know. Just,
I mean, she wears nice clothes. It just doesn't appear like she wears a lot of tweeds. It has a lot of warmth in her clothing, but she didn't not have it in her home.
I don't even, really? You consider her clothes warm?
Oh, yeah. I think she wears some nice pieces. Very much. I don't like her, but she does wear, I mean, people get on me because whatever I say is a negative, I always add a positive about the person. She has good taste, and she dresses her rail-like figure, but she has really expensive pieces she's wearing. And think about it. They're all tweedy and warm colors, and they kind of match that, that hair that she has. It's real stringy, but she's got that, the little honey highlights in it. Because she's not an attractive woman, so she has to do other things, and I think she carries that well.
I don't know. My other girlfriend says she dresses terribly and hates the way she dresses. So I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Well,
I'm too biased. I'm too biased.
And Boston. So she's dressing more Boston-like than, which is more, she's more preppy than she would be glam New York City. I just put my black skirt on and a crossover, and I'm worth $1 million. No offense.
Yeah, no, I know that some of her pieces are, and she says she's $5 million in debt, which I do not.
Oh, I absolutely believe it. I believe it, every bit of it.
I don't believe it. I'm not a believer.
She was on. The house had a lot of debt. She bought it at a great price, but refinanced it and then sold it. So she didn't walk away with as much as it sounds.
I don't know. That family, I always think has. I don't know. I think when she's
called the parents' home is just your average home, and I'm sure he had a ton of money in stock.
Well, Her
finance
brother is.
guru.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to talk over you, Patty. I'm a
No,
little
no,
out
no,
of
it's okay. I'm
practice.
just rambling.
Her brother is doing 24-hour stream fundraising. Someone gave $1,000. I mean, just
Huh?
her audience gives. I mean, they really they give. I mean, the money that has been made out of that is something, out of a killer, supporting a killer, cop killer too. Unreal. I haven't seen anything like this in my. I usually talk about convictions that are 12 years old, 14 years old, that where there's an innocence campaign.
Mhm.
I'd call an innocence fraud campaign. But this is the first one I've seen pre-trial that just started way pre-trial, and only other one that was like this was Amanda Knox, but they started that in America and the trial was in Italy. So a little bit different. I've never seen anything like this. This is a whole new ball game. And if it works in Karen Reed's case, even if it doesn't work, I think this will be repeated. I think we're going to start seeing these campaigns pre-trial for people that are accused of heinous crimes.
When we were watching the Melody Ferris trial, the prosecution, there was a geofencing witness that the judge, who had an MIS degree, an information systems degree, was questioning the relativity of the geofencing and what kind of expert they were. They weren't really an expert. They were a summary witness. And Karen Reed's trial was one that the prosecution brought up as having a geofencing summary witness, and that if they did it, why can't we do it, basically. And then Donna Adelson's, remember, they tried to go to the very, very small courtroom because it was clearly a Karen Reed copycat. So I think it's coming.
That's funny. You read my mind. I was just going to ask you about that. Right. So what do you think Donna was trying? What do you think Karen Reed was trying to achieve, and thus Donna Adelson was trying to achieve with the smaller courtroom?
The same reason you have a YouTube person who turns their comments off. They don't want that feedback. They don't want people leaving the courtroom and being able to go talk about it, what they saw, and maybe influencing YouTube or the media or Twitter. They don't want that. Same reason Richard Allen's judge closed everything down.
I thought that was great, though, for that trial, because it seemed like there was a lot of disinformation going around, and I thought it would just make it a spectacle. As much as I love to watch, I'm a little bit of a hypocrite when it comes to this. I love to watch trials because I can't I don't have the means to travel to cover these trials.
Mm-hmm.
So I love when they're broadcast, but I don't think it benefits justice to have them broadcast. That's just my feeling. I think it becomes something else. It becomes like a TV show, or there's just no way to not perform in front of the cameras. The cameras changes.
Well, and you have the Ferris trial, and that's exactly, the judge had never had a trial on camera before. Georgia's public, like Florida. And you could tell that probably wasn't his best moments, when he was kind of being a little bit more relaxed than he would have, I think, normally. I mean, it was an odd, like he was in his den. It was very odd trial to watch.
Do you guys have questions for Patty? I wanted to ask you, what do you think what is your prediction for Karen Reed? Do you think she's going to get another hung jury, or do you think
I think she'll be found guilty. Mm-hmm.
Okay, here, Frau Patty, are you streaming tonight?
I wasn't going to.
You're streaming now.
I'm watercoloring.
Almost
so
evening.
I'm still finishing my Christmas cards.
Are you really?
Yeah. I started watercoloring like a week before Christmas and thought I could whip out 60 cards. Well, that wasn't true. And but I'm doing really well. I did day 6 yesterday, and I have they're almost done. I was painting Charlie Brown's Christmas tree yesterday, so I got 3 of those done.
Wow. I have one more
Another
question.
hobby.
So last time we talked, I don't know. We haven't talked publicly in a while, at least
No.
in a while. But
Been 3 months, I think.
you were being harassed. I think
Yeah.
this was before my channel was almost shut down. But is the harassment stopped? I mean,
It has. It ended, I believe, the timing of it ended when I brought up someone else's criminal record, and that ended it. Yeah. That will do it.
Good.
Scary, right? And I was open about it. I've been open about, my own arrest. So if you're going to come at me and you're going to have that, and you're going to, pretend I am a felon, or that I am going to be arrested in minutes because I'm giving out your first name, then I'm going to defend myself. So that's what I did, and it ended it. I don't think people thought I would defend myself, but I did, and continue to. But it ended it. If from what I know, I mean, there could be things going on I don't know, but I doubt it. And in the last 3 months, it's been a pleasure again doing, well, I'd say 8 weeks, doing YouTube, because I was so frustrated by threats, like unwarranted. I didn't do anything to anyone. All I said was, you shouldn't treat your audience in a way that's harmful. Your audience is who you are. And of course, I do engage with the audience that I have. I do chat with them. I started doing call-in shows, Roberta. Stop. I can't even say
I saw that. That was great. Yeah.
So crazy.
That's cool. That's cool. I have to ask you how you set that up.
I just Google Voice. And then, so I have the Google Voice up on a tab. And then I share the tab, which I figured out when I messed up. So I've only done it twice, once for 5.5 hours of New Year's Eve. But you share the tab and you have to keep the audio going. I was cleaning up my tabs so StreamYard wouldn't shut me down, which it does sometimes. It glitches. And I shut down the wrong tab. And even though I was on voice with her, I didn't realize that it was piping through the tab. I just wasn't thinking, because it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. And so I fixed it, and then it was fine. But it's fun. You just do Google Voice and share like you would anything. And then I mute. So I get one call and I mute. I put do not disturb so no one else can call in while I'm speaking to the one person. And then I undo it and another person can call, because you only get one line. It's not like radio where I have 3 lines that I could answer to. You get one line. But it's very much like radio.
Well, so yeah, so that's really cool that you set that up, and that people seem to really, I know you got a lot of new info and a lot of people connecting with you, so that's really cool.
It's fun,
So
and it
what's
just
new
makes
in
it a little bit
Florida?
different. But I'm not being harassed, and I'm learning more about copyright infringement. Thank you.
I know.
So as not to commit it, But Jibs
I
and
know.
Jabs has used my voice and likeness in AI, and I've learned since then. It made me go in and research a little bit about AI and using your voice and the copyright of it, to make sure if I share Jibs and Jab, I'm not hurting myself or my channel. So
You share your own AI like this?
absolutely. I share everything Jibs
Ask
does.
Patty about Toto. Who's Toto?
Toto. Who's Toto?
I don't know. This
Toto,
was a
the
question
band?
from Wesley. You gotta be more specific.
Toto, my dog? Roscoe? Oh, do you mean Mr. Beasley?
I have no clue. I have no clue who Toto is.
Oh, on
Jibs.
Jibs and Jabs. Yeah. Jibs and, I don't know what about Toto, but have you watched the toilets? You mean the fancy toilets we were talking about, Wesley? We were talking one day. We just got into talking about toilets. It was like the fancy ones that play music, and it's like a bidet. Ugh, like a $10,000 toilet we were talking about. That's how that show goes. So
Someday I'll have a bidet. That's my dream
I
list.
don't want a bidet. Who needs that cold water? But the $10,000 toilet doesn't have cold water.
Have to be cold. Right. It doesn't have to be cold.
Doesn't have to be cold. But it can play your music. It could play your theme song, Roberta.
I'd love that.
Run it up on the Bluetooth.
I'd love that. Well, I'm going to play your theme song, and I'm talking to Patty from Patty's Playhouse, and maybe take just a 5-minute break. And are you busy, Patty? Maybe like
no, I'm just sitting here with you.
10 more minutes more. Okay, all right. I'm going to take a break.
Okay.
Just playing Patty's theme song, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Hey girl, you going downtown? No girl, I'm running home. Turn my schedule upside down. Patty's in a playhouse, down as they clink. Patty's gonna talk about it all. Katie's boobs when you're smug, and the whole kitchen sink. Gonna turn on YouTube. Get down and dirty in the chat. Patty's the realest woman in true crime. She will tell it like it is. Trolls don't even bother. She'll quash you with a few words. I'm telling you, the lady is a whiz. She don't need no hype. She don't tell no lies. So smash that like, hit that subscribe. Patty's in a playhouse, man, it's a whole vibe. Hey Patty, what's up in your playhouse?
Oh, that's a song I wrote for Patty. Patty's Playhouse.
Is it not adorable?
Music by AI. Lyrics by me.
Don't you use Suno? What do you use?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suno.
I tried it, but I'm not that good.
Well, sometimes they don't come out all that great. I have a lot of duds. I mean, should we go through my duds? My dud music, my terrible fails. I have a lot of terrible fails.
Or SoundCloud or something.
Yeah, I put them in a playlist. I have a song about Amanda Knox that I put up on YouTube, but I just haven't released it yet. But I played it in my show, but I just haven't released it as a song. But I'll do that soon. Does anybody have anything else you want to talk about? Any questions?
It's so funny when people say, I was in a meeting. What happened? That's Kitty's. Kitty had to work. So
I know. It was a log. It was, well,
does anyone have any questions about trials coming up?
Well, we have Karen Reed is what I'm looking forward. Then Donna. Those are two I'm going to cover for sure. But
Donna's next meeting is February.
What day? February?
I think 11th. Her birthday's on the 5th.
Yeah, it's like right after mine.
Is it? You don't have what's your birthday?
The 3rd. The 3rd.
Oh, my sister's the 3rd. I have a bunch of birthdays in February, but I'm the 20th.
I know you're Pisces, right on the cusp.
Pisces. So sad. I don't belong in the Pisces category. But
you're pretty bold Pisces. You're not wishy-washy. Usually they're a little wishy-washy.
I am in a lot of ways. Like, make me pick out paint. And I'm like I never even, took me 2 years to pick out carpet for my own house. It's a mess.
Did I see the
Donna's hearing would be interesting. The Robert Adelson. So they released, I don't think they meant to, that Robert Adelson transcript that was in camera. They were going to unseal it for a quick moment and then seal it back. And I don't think they meant to leave it like that. So it was unsealed. I talked about it on Sunday. I think I read it to everyone. I wanted to make sure. I didn't want to read it, and I'm not supposed to.
I heard that episode. It was awesome. That episode.
It said it right on the paperwork. It says sealed. But basically, it's like Donna called him a slur, is the summation. And Everett was like, why we have to repeat a slur? And then it went on to he would be an opinion witness and can't really just have an opinion without evidence being scientific or as a witness, like as in person.
Slur? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I guess it wasn't him. She didn't call Robert a slur. It's the daughter-in-law she called a slur. Donna
About
called
Robert
Robert's
testifying.
wife
That's who I'm dying to hear testify is Robert.
Oh my God, I hope he does. I hope they let him. Oh, and they're asking for a motion in limine to limit him, but anything can come out, and then it's up for cross-examination, which is what Everett said. So I think he should be allowed to testify. Why can't he? If he says, I think my mother did it, yeah, this is how she was after the death. Then there was a comment where he says something, there's no one in the world has more self-interest than my mother. So
Julie, Court TV predicts that Wendy will be arrested before Donna's trial. I don't think so.
I heard it from the horse's mouth. They're not arresting her until Donna's convicted.
I don't think, because Donna's a harder conviction. They're going to the hardest. Someone asked me about the West Memphis 3 web sleuths. How was it? Was it, I just assumed that all these things, did I see the web sleuths episode on the West Memphis 3? I assume they're all terrible and innocent runny. Although I have to say that when I first started talking about the West Memphis 3, it was the first thing I talked about on my channel. It was the first video I made did very well. It's just me talking. Someone wrote on, I think that was about Adnan Syed, but someone wrote on Reddit, how lame to record yourself talking. Like, how much sadder can you get? But I just wanted to express my feelings because I really believed in all the documentaries and everything I saw I thought was true. And I was just so shocked when I actually read the record and actually looked into it that I wanted to talk about some of the things I found. So when I put up that video, you can still see, it's like, go back to my oldest. It's called West Memphis 3 Solved. It's like the most ratioed. I think there's like maybe 1% of the people everything is thumbs down compared to my most thumbs down video because people were just appalled. It was so it's changed a bit. Maestro and I were talking about Matt Orchard talked about their guilt on his channel. So it was really hard to talk about their guilt in 2000 when I started 8 years ago. It was almost impossible. Just the amount of negativity was maybe a little similar to Karen Reed, maybe something like that.
How has it changed for you in the last 8 years doing YouTube?
I think I think it's still hard. I picked the hardest road to go. This is the hardest road to go. I get that. I think it would be a lot easier for me if I was saying things that I know I take the unpopular stance on a lot of these cases, so I can, it hurts my viewership, and certainly it seems like, I'll just talk about, seems like if you're talking about true crime, you have to, for some sort of weird idea of balance, pick up on one of these innocence fraud campaigns and go with it. Just one, at least one or two. And I'm really not on board with that. So if I found someone who I thought was innocent, I'd talk about it, but it's so I could talk about the few cases of wrongful conviction. I just feel like it's so overdone that I'm really here to talk about a little bit of make a balance. So it's difficult. It's super difficult. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know if that's what you were asking. It's different.
Well,
I do.
It's different because what I'm asking. It is a tough road. YouTube is tough. It's tough. It's a lot of competition.
Go ahead. I just feel like that this is, I probably will be working on talking about, my passion is talking about this. Is talking about innocence fraud. And I'll probably be on my deathbed, talking, my dying breath, talking about this phenomenon that's just, I feel like more people are at least knowing the phrase innocence fraud, are a little bit more aware of it, way more aware of it than 8 years ago. It was
There's
just
an
John
office here in
Collins.
town.
Yeah, Martin
There's
Fry
a law
talking
firm
about it
here in town that's innocence fraud.
What do you
It's
mean?
Little Falls, Tallahassee.
What do you mean the innocence fraud? They call themselves the innocence fraud laws.
You look up innocence fraud, and they look up a group of attorneys on their website. There's a Tallahassee office that helps.
Are you talking about Innocence Project or Innocence Fraud? Are you talking about Innocence Project or
all
Innocence
that,
Fraud?
whatever that is, whatever what's his face Dugan's group is, all of that.
Yeah, that's the Innocence Project. Yeah, they're all over the country. These lawyers are making millions getting guilty people out, and it's your tax dollars that are paying them off. And it just goes on and on because first of all, it's not ideologically aligned with our media because I don't know why they don't want to talk about fraudulent lawyers, because I think they're afraid of being sued. B, they're afraid they champion this stuff because that's, it's been going on for over 100 years. I mean, since the Frank case or Sacco and Vanzetti, I mean, this kind of fraud. So I'm forgetting the author's name, but he wrote a book on Sacco and Vanzetti, and he embedded himself in the defense. It's called Justice. And hold on, I'm just going to look up the name of the book. I think it's called Justice on Trial. No, am I wrong? Am I wrong on the name of the book? But he embedded himself in the defense. Hold on, I'm just trying to find the name of this author. It doesn't even matter, but he's pretty famous. And he embedded himself in the defense, and he wrote a book, and he was writing his friends saying, they found his letters, and he was writing his friends saying, look, I know these guys are guilty, but the public demands I write about a book about their innocence. And that's what he did. And everything, I bet most students who learn about Sacco and Vanzetti think that they're two immigrants. This is the same building where Karen Reed is being tried, were two immigrants who were convicted for murder because of anti-immigration sentiment. That's what's being taught all over the country now. Now it's like American myth.
Well, I know it's unpopular, amongst YouTubers. I just observe for the most part because my channel is so new. And I watch people that I met at the trial, at Donna Adelson's trial, and they've completely changed over to like the free Karen Reed and making a fortune doing it. Just being a YouTuber, I have no interest in that.
I know, right?
Nice, but I refuse to change my opinion to attract someone like Turtle Squat. It's just not happening.
It's so I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep at night.
How they
doing it. I just would be so ashamed of myself, but they're all doing really well. And I think that there's something I noticed in conspiracy land, like that people who are into conspiracies or like aliens or whatever, some odd subject, I think are similar in some ways to this crowd in that they're not going to hear it anywhere else. So they support these YouTubers, and I mean, they'll hear it in our mainstream media, but not at the steady diet that they need, so that they'll just keep funding it, Well,
I have a question for you. There's a YouTuber, and I'm just going to say her name, Melanie Little, who's an attorney, who knows the rules of, I know very little about the rules of evidence. If something seems odd, I immediately look it up in my rule of evidence book, because I have one, and criminal procedures. And I just can't believe, as an attorney, you can mislead the public the way you are, using your role as an attorney, and just discounting the actual rules of evidence. I don't know why that's allowed. Why that doesn't it go against her ethical requirements to be a member of the bar?
It probably does, but who is she gonna be turned into? First of all, she was a civil lawyer, which is very different than a criminal lawyer. Not wholly different, but different enough. So they only have to prove to, just even that it's more likely so. That's how so many innocence fraud judgments get paid out, because, 51, if they can convince a jury 51, it's like 51% more likely than not, just a little bit more likely than not, then you win in civil courts. Secondly, no one's going to turn her in. Thirdly, you have to think that the quality of these lawyers too. Let's talk about, I've been very anti this trend of YouTube lawyers, because I think they're generally, any lawyer that's going to make more money on YouTube than in court can't be very good. First of all, just my friend's getting a divorce now, and just the amount of money that she has to hand over just to get a consultation with a divorce lawyer is so obscene. If they think they can make more money on YouTube than in court, or acting as a lawyer, you have to know that they're not very good. And secondly, I just think that generally they don't know much more than the public. They're not educating the public on the law, because generally they're a long time out of law school and they don't remember half of it. I mean, do you ever watch these hearings for, this is what I've been watching lately, these hearings for Biden's nominees for judges?
Yeah.
One guy didn't know what a Brady motion was.
No.
He never dealt with it.
Senator John Kennedy has the best questions.
Isn't he great? Upton Sinclair.
I know I'm an expert in algebra, and then he asks an algebraic question and they can't do it. I mean, it's so obvious.
I'm sorry, it was Upton Sinclair wrote the book on Sacco and Vanzetti. That was going to drive me insane. Yeah, I knew. Wrote a book on Sacco and Vanzetti, and he was the one who they found his letter saying, like, look, these guys are really guilty, but I got to write a book of innocence. And that's what started the American myth. And
my brain doesn't even think like that, to turn off everything I know and write some gobbledygook words to make myself money. I just can't. So I won't. This is not me.
Yeah, what was his book called? Hold on, this is going to... Okay, here, I'll read it to you. I'll read you the article.
A novel, a documentary novel.
Boston, it's called. Anarchists Niccolo Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti were a cause célèbre of the 1920s, convicted of murder and executed after a trial many felt was a farce. Author Upton Sinclair wrote extensively about the case. Newly discovered letters reveal his suspicions that the men were guilty. Anyway, so that I won't read you the whole article, but that's on NPR broke that story. Here, I'll put it in the chat so people can read it. But
I just remember Sarah Boone's, the prosecutor, going in his closing arguments, the first thing he said, and I don't think I'll ever forget it, is we do not have to believe her story. You do not have to believe her story. It is a story. And I thought, oh, every prosecutor should say that. Every single prosecutor should come out and say, we don't have to believe this story. There's no proof. Here's the proof we provided. There's no proof there. And that's how I feel about Karen Reed. I mean, it's all so much conjecture and confusion that they're trying to create a defense out of that. And it's just... And then YouTubers are giving it credence. People that I know are smarter than that. So
I know. And it's really sad because I just thought it was so obvious with anyone who started an innocence fraud campaign for herself and then started and spearheaded and didn't say in the beginning when I didn't know it was Karen Reed who was behind it. I thought it was very odd that she wasn't saying, call off the dogs, don't harass the family, don't harass the witnesses in this case. And because she was staying silent and not saying that, I thought that was very odd.
I think
You
it
can,
is too.
if you were an innocent woman about to go on trial, wouldn't you say, let's not harass the victim's family? They've suffered enough. Let's not harass witnesses. Everybody chill out. I know you support me, but instead she said nothing. And because she said nothing, because she was behind it. And that has all come out in the documents and Turtle Boy's case. By the way, his Lindsay Catani lost her restraining order motion today. I felt badly. I'm sorry.
Did she want a restraining order against him? Was that the case?
She has one and now it's gone. I think she wanted to extend it and they said no today. She lost. He was lawyered up and she was not. And she lost.
So
but
sad.
I don't know
if anything happens to her, it's just so sad when people do that. They should give the victim the benefit of the doubt on that one.
I know. And I don't, when I was working for Oprah and I was kind of like the liaison between Gavin DeBecker and, I was trained by them and just security stuff. They always poo-pooed restraining orders. They said they really tend to inflame the person more than help the victim. They were really down on restraining orders. But in this case, what I fear is that this harassment of her and her family is just going to go on and on and on. I hope that she's smart. She'll hope she protects herself.
I mean, he vocalizes what he intends to do to people, fly across the country. They're now on Twitter. They are giving out full addresses of people like myself who are obviously, yes, this poor woman named Fatima. She just basically told them to go F off, but they literally put her address out on Twitter. He's a dog.
That's scary. That's scary, right?
Because these people, well, there's fewer of them, let's face it, standing outside in the cold and pink. There are much fewer of them. But that doesn't mean that one crazed lunatic won't show up at her house. I don't see how him inciting people to go attack you is not a crime. I don't.
My first experience with how crazy true crime people was I left a comment about the West Memphis 3 and their guilt. This is before I ever had a channel or anything. The only thing that was on this channel was a video of my cat as a little, it's like a kitten eating melon. She was eating cantaloupe and I thought it was cute, so I put it up. But this guy followed me back for my comment and left a comment on that my cat eating melon video saying he was going to come to my house and kill my cat for what I said about the West Memphis 3. That was my first introduction to how crazy, how disturbed.
That's what upset me about Rob Myers and because he was going to go after my dog. That's what they said.
Oh.
And that's when I flipped out and called law enforcement. Because he said, what I'm going to do to her dog. He said it online. I mean, he was at a video saying it.
It's so amazing that I have these people who despise me so much that I've been nothing but nice to. You know what I mean? I can understand a little if I was
some people on Reddit coming after you.
Oh my gosh, one calling me a communist and constantly, and I don't know where they got that one from, but I have an idea who it is. And then Oh yeah, I'm really unpopular on Reddit. Someone actually put up on Twitter some of my Reddit reviews. I'm disliked. The same old stuff that they say. She thinks everyone's guilty. She thinks all these people who got convicted are guilty. Can you believe it, Patty? How irrational and crazy am I? But but the people that do these these innocence things, like that do nothing, that turn out nothing, like Jason Flom. Someday I have a lot of dirt on him. Someday I should do a episode on Jason Flom, who runs the Wrongful Conviction podcast, or oh God, I'm forgetting his name. Who did
really
the
do believe
horrible
they're
thing on the
untouchable.
West Story? Right. They never say that they're biased or they think everyone's innocent. They never, even though every single one of their episodes is about a case of a quote unquote wrongful conviction. So it's like, it's odd to me that no one stops and thinks, like, wait, all these people were convicted by a jury of their peers, and then many appeals courts affirmed it. It took,
Here's another term they keep using against that Karen Reed lady: factually innocent. Richard Allen was factually innocent. And what? Like, there's nothing factual or innocent about Richard Allen. But you'll see it all over X. They're factually innocent.
Factually innocent, or there's no evidence against them. That's what I hear with Karen Reed, West Memphis 3, Amanda Knox. I was like, wow, that was a short trial.
Well, Melody Ferris, that not all the evidence was presented. So I asked ChatGPT one day, ChatGPT, is there ever been a case where every bit of evidence presented to the court has been accepted? And Chat's like, nope. There's not. There's rules of evidence. You can't just present every blade of glass. Even that woman today was saying that she didn't comment on every scratch because some scratches weren't worth a comment. It didn't have value. And that's exactly what she said.
That's what her father started this factually. Her father is like her accomplice. And I think it's going to be fascinating if he takes the stand in the retrial. Karen Reed's father is like an accomplice to her and knows way more. I'm very sad that the judge denied the Commonwealth getting his phone records, but I believe they can take another shot at that.
I think they need to narrow it down. I don't understand Massachusetts law compared to what Florida would present. In Florida, that would have been okay. So I think there's just differences or the nuance of the law that he should have gone and said, we want the text messages from date 1 to date 2, and then fight amongst that. But I don't think that's what they did. His text messages to her daughter should absolutely be up for grabs.
Well, I don't know if you remember. There's one time when I was like, no show today, guys. My bestie girlfriend needs me. And it was her husband, just like after 18 years of marriage, just left her a note that he's found someone else, and was like, left.
He left her
he left her a note and his wedding ring on the peanut butter jar in the cabinet. So it wasn't apparent. Like, he did everything to just blindside her. I mean, take her to the bank it's so gross, the whole story. But anyway, the point is, in Florida, they take into considerations things like that in divorce. Florida seems to be the last state in the country with normal laws, with still a normal rule of law. But in New York, how someone leaves you or why they leave you is nothing. And she may actually owe him money because it's her apartment. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, Florida's not much
really
different.
sad.
It's a no-fault state. You can't. I was telling everyone on YouTube, I have a friend that, the woman makes as much as he does. He was giving her the house, and he's a commissioned salesperson, not real estate. So he draws a salary plus commission, and he ended up owing alimony. And I was like, dude, why did you even pay for an attorney? What was the point?
I know. I know she could owe half the appreciation of what the apartment's appreciated, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's crazy because, you know, she bought a small place years ago that she on a low floor that she could afford, and now she, you know, now of course everything's exploded like all real estate in New York. Can you please watch the Web Sleuths episode so you can feel my pain? Oh, it's that bad. M-Trans. I'll try. That's sad because Web Sleuths, Tricia did some really good stuff in the beginning, long time ago, when it was still, I think it was still on Blog Talk Radio, or, you know, that's one thing that's changed, Patty. The whole quality of recording. In the beginning, there was, first of all, not a whole lot of equipment and not a whole lot of knowledge on how to do this. So, you know, you just recorded any way you could. And so the quality, I mean, if you listen to Blog Talk Radio episodes from 2012 or 13, the sound is just awful. That's improved and
that's a good thing.
Amount of tools
my
we have.
radio show is
improved. Yeah, for sure.
We're starting our 9th season in radio this month. It starts. And I bought podcast equipment 8 years ago because at that time, we were the first one to podcast the radio show here in town. And it took months to get approved to be on iTunes. Months. Now it's instantaneous.
Oh, yeah, it was hard. Yeah, I was waiting. I remember waiting. And I was so excited.
Did it be approved?
Yeah, I remember that. It was like a long wait to get approved. And so what was the podcast equipment that you bought?
I don't know. It's over in a drawer. I've never used it.
It's probably like, I don't know. My first was a Zoom H6, which is not, you know, and I still use it. It still records sound great, but
I just thought if I ever left radio, I'd need it. I've never left radio, so I don't need it.
Yeah, I know, but that's funny. Yeah, that was my first. I think I got it as a Christmas gift. My first.
Oh, when I got on Audible, I was so ecstatic to be on Audible. Just so happy. I couldn't believe it. I'm on Audible. I was like, oh my God. I'm so excited.
Right? It's funny, right?
And then you're like, you have 12 downloads.
I know, right? In the beginning. Does anybody have any thing that I think I'm gonna wrap this up? I've been going since 8 a.m. this morning. I'm probably a little loopy. I don't think I'm going at 6 tonight. I don't think so. I don't think I can, but I will talk about this hearing. I have to watch it again for one. A lot was said, and I just feel like I have to watch it one more time to really get a grip on all of the contradictions. And I don't think Marie Russell did well. I'm curious to hear what some other people have to say. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on Marie Russell?
I like to print the transcript so I can read it and then find. That's where it's easier for me to find the contradictions in the words.
I agree. I like reading transcripts. I always feel like they have a lot of personality, and sometimes I can feel like I can put myself there reading them.
I feel like your grammar is horrible. That's right.
Hey, my father's home. How's it going, Allison? Nice to see you. These two ladies are a fantastic combination of brains and heart. Oh, thanks, Allison. That's so kind.
Marie Russell's transcript is going to look like Catherine Magbanua's proffer. I don't know. And so that's hard for me. I have to eliminate those and then read, like take out all the uhs and read it. So that's what I do.
Those are hard to deal with, right? I agree with you. That's something I had to train myself out of, the ums and ahs.
It takes work.
It does.
How much does that woman charge an hour? How much does that Marie Russell charge?
That's what I was trying to remember. I don't know if she was ever asked that in the first trial, though that's a regular question for experts. Does anybody remember? what she was charging. I don't think it ever came out in questioning. I remember saying, well, just wait until cross-examination and we'll find out what she's charging. But I don't think that was a question that was ever asked of her. But maybe someone remembers and I don't. Maybe it was asked and I don't remember, but that's
And
my
I did
memory
have
of
that
it.
question about experts that I asked the chat. She's on this Seek, it's called Seek website, SEAK. How do you get on there? Like, do you need an agent? Do you just put yourself on and say, hey, I'm an expert? She's never been certified by any court other than Bev's to be an expert in dog bites.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yes, that would be an interesting thing to research. That's a good idea. I might. Do you mind if I steal that idea? I might go and try to research that.
It's called Seek Expert.
I think that's quite. That's interesting. I'll try to find out how you SEK.
SEAK. So I've been an expert witness for appraising with a couple banks, and I had to present God in everything. Like everything I've ever done, I had to present. It was incredible, and I had to have. I took training by the Appraisal Foundation to be an expert. So how to speak, what to say, blah blah blah, and I still do not understand how this woman could just because she has an MD come out and say she's a dog expert when she knows nothing about the actual physical dog.
Isn't it unbelievable? I thought that Hank Brennan, did you hear his essentially his closing argument to the judge, I thought was right on. She can't say how she does it or what she's
How
really
she
doing.
derives
She's saying
her
pattern
answers.
recognition.
Yeah.
Right.
So an
I just
average,
thought, I really think
which
she,
is
do you think she's
a
going to
class
be,
is like
do you think she's going to be brought in as an expert?
Did she say how much it is? Did she get paid for all the facts?
I don't know, but the greatest cross-examination of an expert that I've ever seen is John Lewin's cross-examination. Oh no, it's a cross-examination of Dr. Elizabeth Loftus in the Durst trial. It goes on for 3 days. There is nothing more delicious than that cross-examination. You will thank me. I'll send you a link. That is it's been copied in Michelle Troconis's trial, in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial a bit, not all of it, but it's been used in that in Bill Cosby's trial. And she has real credentials. I think there's also been problems with her studies. They failed to be replicated, strangely, but he absolutely demolished her. So
on this testifying training,
not even like a Marie Russell. I'm sorry.
I'm going to put this in your chat later. I'll send this to you, but it has a standard. The Seek that she's under has this link. It's Seek Expert Witness Training. So one course is $1,500, which I don't think she's ever taken. And an expert because she's an internist. That's her true license as a medical intern. An internist makes $7.14 an hour.
That was more than what Elizabeth Loftus was charging, $600 an hour as a memory expert. So and she was saying that she was going to up it to $700 an hour at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but she never did. Still at Michelle Troconis's trial, she was still getting $600. So that's interesting. Yeah, she said people who are less qualified than she is. I mean, she's basically written the book in what basically the basis of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. She sat on the board for a while. Basically, we can't remember anything correctly, and I know everyone knows memory is elastic, etc., but she takes it to an extreme.
So to be on their website, you pay $700.
So, so you pay $700?
That's what it says.
So but do you have to take a course too?
No, they offer courses. I don't think she's ever taken a course, but they just ask like basic questions, and then you owe them $655. A standard listing is $655.
That's interesting, because if Karen Reed gets off, then people would want her, I guess, maybe. But
like
I
she's
thought,
Jose.
do you think
What's
she's
his
going to be
face?
approved? Do you think she's going to
No,
be?
I hope so. I pray to God she is.
She is, because
I think it would be a help to Karen Reed to have her dismissed, because they probably won't be able to get someone, or they'll get someone a little bit better than she is. So having someone that is that poor of a witness is a good thing for the prosecution, and I hope she is, in my opinion, I hope she is admitted and is allowed to testify.
You think someone better is going to come? But then again, there's Robert Alessi working pro bono for Karen Reed. So everyone sees the money and wants to jump on the Karen Reed train.
Can you imagine having to work that hard to have such a crappy witness on your side?
I know. It's so odd that which makes me think that there aren't a lot of experts who want to testify for Karen Reed. You have to have something as it's such a made up defense. I think it's one of the worst defense. Just when I try to remove myself from my opinions a little bit and try to think fairly about the cases I look at. I mean, at least let's say I think that obviously I've weighed out the totality of the evidence in all these cases and come to an opinion, but at least there's something else, some other story that's rooted in reality. This is a little bit of reality, a little bit. This is wholly made up from the imagination of Karen Reed. I don't think we've ever, at least let's look at Charlie Adelson's defense. At least the extortion on the extorsion, first of all, there's no gang members that are going to have you pay on time, but okay. But still, at least it's somewhat based in reality. Somewhat. There are communications, and he had an alternative explanation. It wasn't a good one, but at least it's somewhat in reality. This is wholly made up. We know that John O'Keefe never made it into the house to have this epic, fatal beating. So, I'm not sure that there are going to be experts that are going to want to testify in this. It's wholly made up.
Why do you think that they stuck with the same line of defense instead of changing it up?
I think it would have been better to say he was hit by a plow. They were going to blame Lucky Loughran before he became their star witness for a while. They were going to blame him. And the plow driver with bad eyesight might be a better. The problem is Karen Reed's voicemails and Karen Reed's at the minute that she left, a plow came flying by, but then you have the plow routes to deal with. And it's hard to make something up and make it stick.
I think the plow would have been a much easier defense and much more believable than what she has going.
Almost anything would be much more believable. It is. And so many people I don't know if so many people are buying it or so many people are grifters. I don't believe most of the people, like Melanie Little, knows that Karen Reed's guilty. That's my opinion. She will deny it and say she believes in Karen Reed's innocence to the whatever. But
the news story was
fun for these lawyers to argue something like this. Sorry to talk over you, but I think it's fun for these lawyers to argue something like this that's so difficult, and it's like a real challenge. There hardly is any evidence, and you have to really use your, I don't know what, your charisma and powers of persuasion and cross-examination skills. That's the only thing you have.
Twitter X is now saying that John O'Keefe threw a glass at her taillight, and that's how it broke. they're literally making up whatever they think they can because they are. I mean, there's no reason for it. They just are. Like he broke his own taillight. Like he broke her taillight. So it's not her fault. Whatever excludes her from any fault is what they will believe.
Before he went into the house, which no witnesses saw, and got beat up, he threw a glass at her taillight. I mean, that's almost believable. I think they argued. It's almost, that's a little bit more believable than she did it at the Love Tap at 5:07 a.m. That's a little bit more believable, the glass throwing, but then you have to still have him die from something else. I mean, what I mean by a challenge for these lawyers, I think they get a kick out of fooling the public and getting over. I think there's something they like getting over. I think that there's a thin line between these lawyers and these criminals.
Something's going on, because that's just. And the carpet. So she goes back to the new buyers of that house, and she's like, hey, can I have the carpet? And then we take the carpet and we put it in the cold storage, but we're never going to do on DNA, but we always threatened to do DNA, but we never did do DNA.
I don't think that carpet exists. I think that's just a ploy for money.
Well,
We're
they may
doing
have the
DNA
carpet.
testing. We need money for DNA testing. They always need money for something else.
It's not that expensive. I mean,
How expensive is DNA testing?
On carpet strands, probably $500, $750, something like that.
Right. If Kathy Barella brings up a good point, but KR never mentions it till now, or she mentions it to a journalist. I thought that's when I thought it was the Vanity Fair article where it came out, but I may be wrong.
She's a habitual liar. She just literally thinks of stuff as she's speaking and well, that'll be it. Maybe it's not much different than Charlie Adelson and Dan Rashbaum. It really isn't.
No, and it's the same thing with Karen Reed as Wendy Adelson did. Karen Reed said, I want to comfort the kids, never said 2 words to the kids, got her stuff and walked out, and told Aaron O'Keefe that she'd probably never talk to her, see her again. So, and never did. Right after John O'Keefe, same thing with Wendy Adelson, right?
Similar.
And the Markells, never talked to the Markells again. And changed their kids' names. Very similar. And yet there are people who believe Wendy Adelson is guilty, who's an unindicted co-conspirator, but she's never been charged with anything, and believe Karen Reed is fully innocent of what she's accused of.
Oh, she still has a lot of friends, and those friends watch YouTubes like myself and then come back, and because I figure who people are, I figure out who they are, and then challenge me, but I know you're Wendy's friend. So,
oh, dude, is this Wendy's friend?
But she has people all over the Instagram, all over the Facebook. Why are you following this person? Why are you following that person?
Really?
Yep.
Because I get occasional Wendy support comment. I don't understand why Wendy's guilty comment, but they're like unicorns. They're very seldom do I get those
They
kind
look
of comments.
through, like if you have your Instagram open, they're going through your followers list, which, one I have is thousands, and trying to figure out who's mutual and who isn't mutual, and then going to that person and saying, why are you following them? That's a lot of work.
Well, let me just show you a little bit of hold on. I think I have it. Hold on one second. I may not, but I think I do. Hold on. Just wanted to show you a little of, I think this is it. The cross-examination of Elizabeth Loftus. Hold on 2 minutes. If you haven't seen prosecutor John Lewin's unique approach to direct and cross-examinations, you're missing out. To quote Mr. Lewin, He likes to ask questions of which there are no good answers. Nowhere was this more jaw-dropping of an experience to watch than in his cross-examination of memory expert Dr. Elizabeth Loftus. Dr. Loftus championed what she considered falsely accused child abusers and murderers for decades, and she won awards for it. Prestigious awards. She has testified for the defense of Bill Cosby, Richard Ramirez, Ted Bundy, Tim Hennis, Jerry Sandusky, and that's just to name a few.
Examining Dr. Loftus, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Loftus, two quick questions that relate to yesterday's testimony. One of them I asked you about a few minutes ago before we came into court, or before, excuse me, the jury came in. You had testified yesterday in terms of your involvement with the Bundy case, and that you became involved in Utah. He had not been charged in any of the Washington crimes yet. He was a student at the University of Washington where you were a teacher at the time that some of his crimes took place. Is that right?
Ted Bundy was an undergraduate at the University of Washington. I don't remember if we overlapped.
No. Oh, okay. No, I'm not asking if you knew him. I'm just saying you were up there and in Washington at the time when many of these crimes took place. Is that correct?
At the time that some of the crimes took place, yes.
Right. And the question I'd asked you yesterday was, you agree that once Ted Bundy ended up being arrested in Utah, before you took the case, even though he had not been charged in any crime in Washington, you were aware that he was a suspect in a series of murders up in the Washington area. Is that correct?
I had only heard a whiff of a suspicion that he might be the Ted that was connected to Washington.
Right. So in other words, I'm just trying to clarify. It's not that you had a bunch of evidence, but in other words, it's not as if you end up taking this case in Utah and then you later find out, oh my God, this guy is a suspect in these other cases. You didn't have direct evidence, but you had heard that he was potentially a person of interest in those cases, correct?
It was, I'd only heard a rumor because I was not living in Seattle at that time. During that time, I was at Harvard on a fellowship that I was awarded to work with the president and Dean of Arts and Sciences at Harvard. So I was not privy to the media in Seattle.
Right. Doctor, I've got to ask you, in the question that I just asked you a moment ago, can you tell me in your answer how the fact that you were at Harvard working for the president and the dean, can you tell me how that answer was responsive to anything that I said?
Because when you spoke to me before we resumed testimony, you insinuated that I would have access to lots of media that was occurring in Seattle where I wasn't living at the time.
No, doctor, so my question though is that all you had to say was, I was not living in Seattle. Why did you add the comments about who you were working for, how prestigious it was? Was that an attempt, doctor, to, again, kind of tell the jury who you are, how important, how successful, et cetera? How is that responsive to what I asked you?
Well, I was away for the year at Harvard. You can ignore the rest of what I was doing there.
Well, no, I'm just asking, did you realize when you answered that question that it was not responsive to what I asked?
So, oh my gosh, I can't tell you how excited I was when I found out they were going to call Loftus. I don't know if they didn't do their homework.
Okay. Is that... I was just working at Harvard. You can forget all the rest. With the dean. Oh, how arrogant.
She had insurance. She should have had her eye done. So. Her lazy eye.
Yeah.
She should have her eye fixed.
She should do what?
Have her eye fixed with all that insurance.
No, the eye is the least of it. The arrogance. She's so hateable. She outed child SA victim who wasn't named in a study, and she was convinced it was a false allegation. who accused, I believe, I believe her father of SA, and Elizabeth Loftus outed her, found out who she was and outed her identity. And then she was threatened to be removed from the American Psychological Association. And so she resigned before that happened. But I mean, she's so, when you really know about what she did to child victims and adult child victims of SA, I mean, she just believes it's all made up while claiming that she is a victim herself of the same kind of abuse. So, I mean, like, what I don't get it. I just don't understand it. And she was just awarded, and you know, the press just, until about a New Yorker article, which is ironic because they do more innocence fraud than anyone, probably championed her years ago, until that article, which really brought out a lot of damning stuff. I happen to know most of it, but about her, the press was all love letter press. I mean, she is talk about an expert that has gotten more awards and accolades and is now so hated. When she championed the innocence, she got Tim Hennis out of prison. I don't know. Do you know about Tim Hennis? And
No.
He murdered it was on the, how do I say this? The North Carolina Army barracks, Army area where they live. And it was a mother, forgetting her first name. Hold on. Eastburn is her last name. Hold on. I don't want to forget her first name. Hold on one second. Let me just look it up before I go on. But he basically went in. They had to give away their dog because they were being relocated. Her and her husband and her children were being relocated to England, where you used to not be able to bring in your dog. Katie Eastburn. And he had agreed to adopt their dog. And he went in and killed her two daughters, Kara and Erin, who were 5 and 3, and herself, and essayed and killed Katie Eastburn, the mother. And there were 2 eyewitnesses, one a Black man. And why that's important is because one of Elizabeth Loftus' specialties is cross-racial identification. Also, her ex-husband, Jeffrey Loftus, also has the same specialty. So he got tried and convicted the first time. The second time, Elizabeth Loftus, she wrote in her book that it was the 2 worst eyewitness identifications. If you actually look at the drawing that they did from the eyewitness identification of Tim Hennis, it looks exactly like him. I mean, it is exact. That person saw everything in the short time span that they did. And she said it was the flimsiest ideas she'd ever seen. And her testimony was one of the big parts that got him acquitted at the second trial. Lo and behold, right? So she prances him around all these Innocence Project conferences and on the Joan Rivers show, etc., saying that this is an innocent man wrongfully accused and convicted. They never say wrongfully convicted. They always say wrongfully accused, even if they were convicted. And they're the toast of the town. They're the dynamic duo, her and Tim Hennis. Then DNA rolls around, and lo and behold, whose DNA is found inside Katie Eastburn but Tim Hennis? So the double jeopardy applies. What are they going to do? But they try him militarily, and he's now on military death row. I don't know if I don't know. I guess that doesn't. I was just thinking about Biden's pardon. That's not federal, right? He can't pardon that. And he's on military death row, and she's still teaching that case like it's a case of a wrongful conviction. And that subject is one of the more fantastic parts of the long cross-examination. You can find it in a playlist on YouTube of, I think I put it up. Just look for, I think it's Elizabeth Loftus is pen pals with Tim Hennis. I think it's called, she's pen pals with Tim Hennis and Jeri Sandusky. She writes letters to them in prison.
Yeah, there's this guy like Scott Wisnett says Tim Hennis is the only person in U.S. history who's been tried for his life 3 times after guilty and not guilty verdicts. Oh, well.
They did a whole TV movie about his innocence called Innocent Victims with Ricky Schroeder, all about his innocence. After this, I mean, it's really like, it's not talked about because it will show you what a crock this whole wrongful conviction industry really is. I do believe that there are wrongful convictions. I just think they are very few and far between. They're saying that, they're like, I don't know, the Innocence Project seems to be making the claim that they're happening every day in every state, every hour, for the amount of people that they're championing.
It's interesting.
They're championing Scott Peterson. So need I say more?
How they not just how they pick a case, because it has to be a sexy case. It has to be very sexy. But how they pick these experts to elevate them when they don't look like anyone else. They look like they have a chromosome missing, all of them. How do they elevate that and say that's our person? That's the person we're putting all of our efforts behind. We're going to elevate her, and then we're going to get these people off death row. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Because it's also a collusion between our schools too, our universities champion these fraudulent ideas. Everyone I meet in court wants to be a defense attorney. I mean, I meet when I go to trials, I've not met one person in New York City who wants to be a prosecutor. This idea of the wrongfully convicted, the little guy up against the system, big power of big government, when every time I've gone to court, the defense, even when they're being represented by federal defense attorneys that have been given to them, that are being paid for by taxpayer dollars, they get more resources than the state. I mean, there's just they seem to have endless resources, the defense, rather than the prosecution. I don't know. It seems to be a little bit backwards. I mean, that's why, I was just talking about earlier that Biden, the 2 people that Biden pardoned don't want his pardons. I mean, commutation's a better word than part. I mean, I know it's a part.
Yeah, they want a court injunction.
Commutation of their sentence. Right.
I didn't know
because they have more research
to stop it.
The wrongful conviction movement is so rich, especially having to do, and the anti-death penalty movement combined is so wealthy that the lawyers that they can get and the resources they can get they feel that they can overturn their conviction with and interns. Let me say that so many of our universities have innocence clinics that investigate convictions, meaning solve crimes, and try to get these people out. And sometimes they're led by guilty people who've gotten themselves out, like Marty Tankleff, who's one of the few people who's ever gotten out on a technicality. Cuomo, who was our governor at the time, was he our governor at the time? No, he wasn't. Was he our governor? He wrote, anyway, he looked over Marty Tankleff's conviction and wrote a whole report about why we're not going to retry him. And he said he not in any way should be considered innocent, and he deserves no money. And after that, Marty Tankleff got, he has the same press agent as the West Memphis 3, Lonnie Surrey, and they just papered the media with his story of exoneration, and he got $13.3 million altogether for his quote-unquote wrongful conviction that Cuomo said he deserved no money for. So he teaches at Georgetown with Adnan Syed, who is currently convicted. Not even, his conviction hasn't even been currently, was reinstated, and he leads classes in the same thing with Marty Tankleff at Georgetown. We have 2 killers teaching. I mean, am I the only one who thinks this is outrageous? I don't know.
It is outrageous. I heard locally here, just teachers in general, they don't do FBI background checks or cross-state background checks on any teachers in our area at all. Sex offenders, no, nothing. And so they don't do it in college. They're not. For cybersecurity, I had to have an FBI background check. And our professors did. But that we're probably the only people on campus that had to have anything done.
That's really interesting because, when after Trump got elected, there were all those videos about people like, I don't know. One guy made one, I can't remember what he was saying, but it was something really awful about anyone who voted for Trump. And it turned out that guy he was working for a college or university, working with students, and he had been convicted in a fatal incident where a young man died in a fraternity. What do you call that? Rush? When they forced this guy to hazing during hazing, forced him to drink and bought the alcohol. And he had been convicted of this and done some jail time. And here he was working with students. So I was like, how is this guy working with students? This was I believe it was in Washington he was working. But maybe it's the same thing. No background checks.
They don't do a background check. I've asked multiple people in administration here, FSU and the high schools, no one does a background check. So they're going to say whatever they want, depending on that university and the governor. Like our governor is not going to allow that, but most governors will. They won't get involved.
Wow.
But it is pervasive, and then you're educating your lawyers. But plus, here the prosecutors, like Georgia Campbellman, such a blessing to our area. They don't make any money. So there's no money in learning how to be a prosecutor, but they should be a prosecutor before they go to defense. But there's no money in it.
It really has to be a calling for them to stick with it. Most of them do it for a little time. All the you should have seen the federal prosecutors in Ghislaine Maxwell's case. They were all, young, 35. I think the oldest was 35, and they come in their Ann Taylor suits and up against this multi-million-dollar defense. I would love to know what happened with that whole case. It was just a miracle she got convicted because they were a very demoralized team. But yeah, they stay for a little while and then they become defense attorneys where the
just a mile up the
money
road
is.
from me, Roberta.
What is a mile up the road?
Ghislaine.
Was it?
She's in our town.
No. Oh, where she is in prison?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, she has been here since she was convicted.
She could get out. She could get out.
There's a park behind the prison, and the person who donated or sold, I think they donated it to the park, also owned the land that the federal prison's on and sold that. I mean, normally you wouldn't have a park behind the prison, but there is one. And so they'll take those long lenses and go watch her jog outside. So all of those blurry photos are Tallahassee.
Wow. So, did you know that, she could get out on the First Step Act, which is a law that Trump passed, so that federal prisoners can get out only doing a tiny fraction of their sentence if it's a nonviolent crime. And that's her. And
Ghislaine is not getting out.
I don't think it's, but if it were a famous case, she would. And that's what Claire Bronfman got her sentence reduced on that, I believe. She got out early. I would think it would have something to do with that. I don't know for sure. But she got out way earlier than her 7 She got a 7+ year sentence. So, I mean, if it weren't a celebrated case, she could get out and, but that's what she teaches other prisoners, how to get out on the first step out. Oh, I've been at it for 8 hours.
You have?
No, it's a good. I've been at it. I think it's time. Thanks you, Debbie. I think it's time to call it an end here. 9 hours now. This is crazy. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. Patty, thank you so much for hanging
Bye,
out.
Roberta.
It's so much fun talking to you. This is just a little wrap. Thanks so much for hanging out and talking and being a guest.
Oh, I
on the
just love
fly.
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Check out Patty's channel, Patty's Playhouse. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to go out with, I hit my boyfriend with my car. See you tomorrow, guys, at 6 p.m. Eastern.
I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident, but with lying lawyers I'll go far. Lying lawyers and a witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing. I pushed the pedal down, hit him hard. Now the legal system a clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin. Making money, truth is my second victim. Carry, Jen, like John, you were my mom. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet. I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident, but with lying lawyers I'll go far. Lying lawyers and witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing. I pushed the pedal down, hit him hard. Now the legal system a clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin. Making money, truth is my second victim. Carry, Jen, like John, you were my mark. My innocence fraud